You are people listening from every corner of this planet. No knowledge has been dispersed so beautifully, so balanced across the planet, on this planet ever, maybe in the universe. You have the full potential of achieving everything in the universe. There is no need and there is no reason for man not to achieve. So, wherever you are, the way I taught you to make the coils double pole inside, you have continuous eco-gravitational magnetic field, and if you put CO2 on it, and you put zinc on it, you have connected the emotion of the man to it on a stable condition, and you'll find out you become a very peaceful man. Here, instead of having galaxies and universes and creating connection magnetically, we have used the matter state gravitational magnetic field strength to dominate and dictate the shape of the plasma. The nanotechnology, the nanomaterial which you have collectively developed in different ways, by caustic, by electric currents, by whatever, fire or whatever, has that advantage that the matter, the nano and the plasma is all the same. So connection is very solid, it's very strong. The power of the plasma technology, the way we have thought, is beyond imagination of the man. Now you can create and control the plasma, which is the mother of the creation of the universe. You are given the seed of the essence of the creation. The foundation does not belong to no one and is not made of one anymore. You are developing it. You are structuring it. And from today, we will be still the same. We'll still develop the technology in different names, in different colors, in different nationalities which they do not exist. It is beautiful when we see the Christian, the Muslims, the Jews, and every other belief are working together to build up systems. We have already become one faith. We already have become one nation, and we already have become one planet. You got to remember one thing. Dates is irrelevant. Today is the last day of the Christian calendar, or tomorrow is the beginning of another. One day is connected to another. We don't stop. We are working around the clock. The Keshe Foundation team is working irrespective of time, position, religion, country. And now we achieve what we set out for.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANS plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural balanced energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists and healthcare centres. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
Welcome everyone to the 302nd Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, November 14th, 2019. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the public teachings in English. My name's Rick Crammond. I'm one of the hosts today along with Flint Mulhausen. And of course, we are joined as usual, Mr. Keshe of the Keshe Foundation, who's here to deliver today's educational teaching and whatever you would like to call it. Did I hear the word sermon, Mr. Keshe, from you?
Yes, good morning, good day to you. As usual, wherever you listen to these Knowledge Seekers series of teaching. Welcome back to the home of knowledge and new technology, and in so many ways where we share knowledge freely, and some people still don't get enough of it, and they say, you have to show us, what was the question, Rick? How to do it? And no new knowledge has been taught recently because we don't teach how to make reactors, and it takes you time to play. In fact,
do you want me to read the question, Mr. Keshe?
Yes, please.
It was from Scott, actually, in the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group Skype conversation. And he says, so I keep hearing the term new technology in the discussions about forming private groups to work on different aspects. How can we possibly do this if nobody knows what this new technology means? Nothing new has been taught in months, and I want to learn more so I can move forward. We are missing the key, as it's called, and I think without that, nothing is going to change.
Yeah, the key is that you haven't understood that you have to do some of the work yourself. In so many ways, you have to start understanding and connecting things. For the first time, we showed you the MAGRAPH systems, and You went and did, and those who benefited by it, and those who couldn't get it right, and many other things. Now it's time to understand how to connect the old system to the new system and understand much, much more. This is part of the teaching. This is part of understanding the totality. And in so many ways, it's not so. Um, it's not so much to do things. It's so much to understand to be able to do more. Um, we had the pleasure of being present in a conference in Brasilia, in Brazil, in past few days, and the conference and what we call usual English term, the spin-off of it, has been so successful that we have extended our stay by a few more days to complete what was started. We found an amazing group of people, scientists, doctors, engineers, no more ordinary people in the conference. That the amazing thing for us was the Brazilian Keshe Foundation supporters are a bunch of very deep thought and unique group of team of people. They've been kept, or their voice was kept silent by the ex-Universal Council member, as we thought we were told they know nothing, they have no translators. But once we got here, they found that they're all doctors and educated and highly motivated Keshe Foundation supporters. And as we understood, we asked them to choose, as it's become normal now, the Universal Council member for their own language and culture. And so we will see a new Universal Council member as the Portuguese or Brazilian Portuguese, what we call Universal Council member. This is the first time now we start going into the cultures and into what we call understanding of using a base language, as was promised in Dubai conference. We asked for it a few weeks ago in Universal Council meeting, and now we see for the first time the circle of the language within the language has started establishing. As we said with the Arab nations was the same, as Jamila is Arab speaking as a whole from Morocco. We asked for other Arab speaking nations to come out with their own Universal Council members, because they speak a slightly different Arabic, different culture. And this is the first time we're seeing this taking root. And we'll see who comes up, which is the soul to serve. But the amazing thing is, by allowing the Universal Council member or the what we call Portuguese Brazilian what we call group to be established, we have seen a surge of people, which before was closed and was not apparent through the way the things were done before. We have set up a chat group for the Brazilians, and they will get to already have opened their what we call their Zoom teachings. The first what we call Brazilian group will meet on Friday night, 9 o'clock, what we call Brazilian time. And the strangest thing was that how much knowledge and work was kept away from the whole foundation family. This was whatever deliberate or whatever by mistakes now has allowed us a very large community to be established in Brazil. We have succeeded a lot. Agreement for the second health center for Keshe Foundation has been reached. This new center will be owned, again the same cooperation as with Arizona, with 20 units to be accomplished in the next 12 months, and will become the center for the health applications with what we call the Brazilian group. agreements, verbal agreements, now going into the contractual agreement for building of the first, what we call industrial park has been agreed verbally, documents is on the process of being done. So in the next few weeks, we will see 2 mergers of the first, what we call large scale health center, and same time, start of the, what we call manufacturing in Brazil. This is a unique cooperation, and we'll see it, a nation of 220 million. And at the same time, we spread the same sort of work with other nations. As we see, we have achieved a lot in Brazil. We're staying here further to complete our cooperation and collaboration with what we call different section of the government has already been established. And in a due course, you will see Brazil as one of the shining stars in South American continent. As you know, we set up CIBRO, and Brazil is part of the CIBRO. The space technology development with the Brazilian government is on the table. We are ready to discuss and has been put across to the government, to the national government. And we will see the third leg of what we call space technology hopefully take shapes. Arizona is in conjunction with Iranian governments, scientists, which we will bring in due course. Now we connect the what we call Brazilian space people to the Iranian space program. Iran will become the center of the space technology for Keshe Foundation, and we stay loyal to the nation of Iran. Then at the same time, as we stay and change and develop the space technology in Arizona, in Brasilia, in Tehran, we'll move in our next negotiations to this country of India, another member, and we go further with Chinese. We are on the same path. CIBRO is the most important, what we call brainchild of the Keshe Foundation. Everything else we've done has been done to achieve connections and knowledge on what we call the citizens. Now with CIBRO, we connect the nations in the space. We put a lot of effort on it. The space technology development will stay with it, and hopefully in the coming time, we'll see flight between Arizona, Brasilia, Tehran, and Beijing on the regular test flights and change of scientists. The beauty with it is, now that we have achieved such a great step and we see it, we have no problem in talking to the Brazilians anymore in this straightforward direction. It is the job of the Brazilians to take the flag and walk with it. We support you. We have a
Hello, Mr. Keshe. I think we lost your connection there. Hello. Bear with us here. I think we may have temporarily lost the connection. Mr. Keshe said that today we might have some interruptions and difficulties with the internet. So I think that's the case here. I see he's dropped out. I'm sure he'll be back shortly.
hello.
Hello, Mr. Keshe.
Hello.
Yes. Yes, hello.
Yes, back again. Sorry about that. I told you from the beginning, we're gonna have some problems today. We are still in Brazil, and as you are aware, the BRICS members of the nations are meeting in Brasilia, and the network is very busy everywhere. The hotel we are in, is what we call guesting one of the world leaders, not many floors above us, and um, all the nationalities and all the governments, what operators for negotiations are in these buildings, in the hotels around us, and in this hotel with us, and they're using the network heavily. It is good to see so peaceful, so heads of nations can get together and work. We've been witness to it, and it's amazing to see how the next steps of development will come through. The whole structure is that Cibru will make an addition to what we call the work of the BRICS. And we are very open. We have met with ministers and officials of different governments at this moment to establish, to bring the Keshe Foundation in line in conjunction with the world leading nations of what we call science, technology, and finance. It is important for us to be on the interface with world leading governments, and at the same time for them to understand the potential of the new technology. We have offered the technology to the what we call the BRIC nations, and it just is part of the development. Keshe Foundation is in line and will go through the same path as many other new technologies have been: proof, development, and establishment. As you're aware, we are sharing the technology and knowledge freely, and it's the responsibility of all Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers to extend this further. In so many ways, now the bigger family of the Keshe Foundation worldwide needs more time and more space from most of us, committed to peace, committed to new knowledge. The Keshe Foundation team will move on to another nation next week. End of this week will be in another, end of this month will be in different nations. And the success for technology through the development of the new enhancement unit has opened many, many eyes. And now we see the next step. The next step will be, as we planned, and it'll be, we'll move into a larger disclosure of new technologies. In so many ways, we give the knowledge in a large scale to the national governments, as you have supported the base. Now, as I said before, we passed 3-4 years taught you, and since we left the keys with the government, did nothing, and you started running with it. Now we're bringing the government back into line to understand, to develop. You have to realize sitting with the Keshe Foundation is not very easy for many governments, as one nation has spread so much lies that most of the nations cannot believe. So in our approach and the approach with any government nationals, where they go and see a bunch of lies and whatever is on the internet, is to explain to them how a nation, by killing scientists, started colonization by technology. In the past, nations went to Africa and killed and took over. Now, the present work with a white, what we call nations in the East and the West, is to spread the knowledge. The ones with the black are the ones who are killing many scientists or suppressing new technologies. This is our job, to make sure new technology stays very much white, means in the reach of everyone. We teach you here to, for you to add to your knowledge, but at the same time to add to the rest of our people's knowledge. It's not just come here, learn and go, and if it works, it's good for me. A new, what we call knowledge, has to be understood and be added to, not be replicated. We've taught a lot of new knowledge about the soul. How many of you have managed to create a system which carries the soul? Arizona took little steps and they've gone on hold, and they move and they move on hold. Is the job of the rest of the Keshe Foundation Go back on the soul teaching, on the teaching we've done about the soul, and find out how can you replicate it. The soul is the same as the body of the man, it's the physicality of the man. It's the same as the energy unit, it's the same as a pen. How come when it came to the truth about the existence of your life, you all had a heart attack? Because you had to face the truth that your soul is within you and you did not search for it? Or is it a taboo to speak about a fact, another part of the working apparatus of the universe? This is what has puzzled me in past few months. The soul teaching, man has tried to ignore for what you call thousands of years, understanding the soul, the work of his soul, the sun of his life, the cause of his creation, and now you all have a problem with it. If you have a problem to create replication of the higher, what we call level of energy packs, you call it the soul, we call it the sun, we call it the center of the galaxy, we call it the black hole, we call it the center of universe, you call it the creator, has a problem. It's a mental lock, which knowledge seekers have to open up. They have to understand what is the connection between the soul of the man and the physicality of the man. How come for our knowledge seekers, it's easy to understand the interaction of the fields of the sun with the other fields in its what we call eggshell of the solar system, leads to creation of meteorites and asteroids and planets and moons and everything else. But when it comes and we change the name, the sun to the soul, and planets to kidney and liver, you always say in English, you go in gripage, you just stop, you cannot go any further. How come you made the systems to create energy, but creating energy at the level of the soul of the man is a problem for us? Till we don't cross this line, man cannot take into space. Unless you want to be on a bicycle, maybe on a donkey. You like to spend, what is it? Chinese took them 20 days to get to the moon? Or you want to get there in 20 seconds? Because understanding the truth about how the solar system works, how your soul works, and how everything else is made, it brings you to the point of understanding the reality. If you look at it, the soul of the man is the sun. The soul of the physicality, which sits with the heart of the man, is the earth. And everything else which is within the system is the satellites of it. How come one of the planets has 11, 12, or maybe 20 moons, but the body of the man having 4 or 5 moons called the kidney, the liver, is such a complicated thing for humanity? What else more we can teach? When you say there is nothing new, it means most of you have not understood what you've been taught. How come it was easy to make the ganses, but putting the ganses in a certain way to give you other effects is so complicated? As I said, from now on, we go in understanding the universal community, how to interact. But I would like to ask you one question. You come across a man from planet Zeus. Would you ask him, do you have a kidney or a liver? Would he carry a kidney or a liver? Or has he stepped further by creating higher energy through the physicality to not to need to clean up in the physical system with what called kidney and liver? When you understand how to increase the level of the soul of the man and then increase the level of the strength of the soul of the physicality, the way the earth and the sun create materials and they share energy, now you need to share energy. Do you need the kidney? Is there a need for digestion system? Or the physicality, when you manifest it, is just a new dimension of presentation at the point of the fields interaction? It's not to teach new, we have already taught, is for you to understand the totality. If you take the work of the kidney in respect to sun, in respect to earth, and call kidney a moon, and the heart of the man, the soul of the physicality, the earth, and the sun, the soul of the man, you can see what it does, how it transfers energy. How come we accept the phenomenon of pull of the moon, fields of the moon from millions of kilometers away, and everything else to pull the seas up and low and higher tide, but we don't want to understand the same principle applies between the kidney and the heart of the man, and in conjunction with the soul of the man. What new is for us to understand how every cell in the kidney, every cell in the body of the man has the same structure and association as the moon and the moons and planets and galaxies and their stars. Unless you want to create another fancy world of imagination as has been done in the world of science up to now, up clocks and down clocks and everything else, and live in that fancy world, you can carry on. Knowledge seekers have to step up. And you, as we discussed with officials in Brazil in past few days, with what we call governmental representative, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers in Brazil is big enough that now with what we have taught with knowledge seekers, we do not need to send somebody to Brazil. It's the merger of two. Keshe Foundation scientists, doctors, and knowledge seekers merging into the government structure. This is what it is. This is what you have developed to. Now you have to be ready that now that we start merging with governments, the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers, that they can step up, they can support. You have to start teaching yourself. The negotiation with new governments who understand about technology is not anymore how we're going to teach our scientists. Discussion is over. We have scientists who understood the basis called knowledge seekers, and governments just fall in it. Bring them in, teach us. Bring them in, let us merge. Knowledge seekers do not understand what I did and how I planned this for years. Merging the Keshe Foundation, teaching you for years, has made the ground ready for us to merge as an internal system. I'm in Brazil. We just opened it. If you're a Brazilian, go on the Brazilian chat room. We opened it 2 days ago. It's past 300 odd within the past days, and it'll grow to thousands. And these people in these channels will be invited to come in and start working internally. We have many scientists in Brazil. We have the same in America. Once Arizona opens up, we ask US citizens, US knowledge seekers to join in the space program. It's Keshe Foundation, it's not me anymore. It's you to upgrade, understand the technology, that now we have a start merging Keshe Foundation into the scientific world. We've done the same thing now in China. In China, you will see massive Keshe Foundation works, scientists will be brought in to work in research and development. We're already doing it. But the thing is, we have to understand geopolitics, the politics of the nation, how we can operate these things. You knowledge seekers have to start moving away from just making Ganses. You have to understand about the fields of the Ganses. Gans is a connection between the matter state and the energy and the universal system. You have to step up. You have to understand the work of the energy, movement of the fields from the Gans, and what strength of the Gans you need. All does not have to come from the research centers and very few knowledge seekers. Keshe Foundation is not set around one person. as we saw how it was strangleholded by the Universal Council member of Portugal. We were told there are no knowledge, they don't have no knowledge, they don't understand anything. We came here, they're all doctors and professors and scientists. Keshe Foundation is not one person anymore, it's all of us. But it has to move up. The question is, you haven't taught anything. It means you have not understood. You'd like to hold on to the past, make a few magrabs, make a few things. Now move into the agriculture. See how the fields of the plasma works. Forget about the GANs. Forget about nano coating. Forget about what you call production of this and that. Look at the energies they create. Look at the interaction of the energies. Look how these energies interact with the fields of the environment. This is where it comes to. Does not stop. What happens if you look at the universal condition? You have the soul. You travel into the space, you know the soul of physicality. Where distance, what distance you have to make between the two to confirm your manifestation. And how you're going to be manifested. Mankind up to now has only looked, now in the past few years, become very, very, very familiar with you lot because you see it done. Now the knowledge seekers have to take it to the next step. We used to say, if we see a man by his face, we know. We went to the fingerprint. Now we said the fingerprint is unique if you see the fingerprint. Now we went to iris to see how the position and the shape of the eyes. The Chinese have gone further to the face recognition in public. In space, why we will have the soul recognition. How the soul of the man and the soul of the physicality of the man manifests itself according to his strength. And we know this is this person, this is that person, because you can never show yourself in a physical dimension because of the different strength. Where is the knowledge seekers to develop this question? We taught it, you have to develop it. It is another way you tested with the agriculture. Now, Keshe Foundation has been taught the knowledge seekers in certain ways to create the first zero-time communication through the thought and the soul of the man. The unit has been made. It's not theoretical anymore. It's getting tested. Why doesn't come from knowledge seekers? Why should it have to come from Keshe Foundation and what I teach and what we put in different research groups? The problem is extend the knowledge, move away from physicality, move away from Ganses. See what the fields of these Ganses do. Because in a space you have the field of the sun of the destination you're in, and according to its position, to the strength, your soul decides the manifestation of it. Another moon, another star within a star. The problem of teaching now is how to get you as knowledge seekers to move into the universal teaching, into the universal knowledge of understanding. The universal knowledge, as I said last week, starts from this week. And is, okay, we know you need energy to live. You need energy to sustain life of the soul of the man. There is something out of line I have to explain to you. Sorry about this, it's just something I forgot to make an announcement. We've been asked by national securities of 2 nations. As you remember, this is very important for all of us. As you know, we had the red circle, we don't want to mention his name, as facts about him published. The officials want us to start with the Keshe Foundation supporters, whatever, the same way, victims of Red Circle. They want us to start looking for the children which has gone missing. And this comes on the back of what happened in England. You'd be finding 32 bodies in the container, and they are trafficking children the same way. We want to alert worldwide how many children this man and the group around him are involved in. We are looking for name of children missing and used and abused by these groups. This is important. As you know, 120,000 pedophile people have been found due to Sterling case and what we call Red Circle and his team and the traffickers which came with it. Now the national securities are asking Keshe Foundation, can we take it a step further? In the name of the Red Circle, we want you to set up a website, a link somewhere, as is done by the others, for the victims of Red Circle, children. And we want it to be established very fast by whoever you know how to do this on the internet, and start adding the name of the children around the world who's gone missing and have been abused. This is a request by national organization, because we've done this before and has been successful with the arrest of what we call the guy in America 3-4 years ago, Sterling. Now that the biggest circle, now we are looking for the victims of Red Circle. This is the request by national organizations, national securities, because the network apparently is much bigger than they thought and is controlled by Red Circle. Put his address on the internet, put his place on the internet, and we direct all the parents to him. That he has to answer what has happened to the children. This is a request by major national securities, because we have to siphon this out. More children have gone missing in a different way, and he knows where they are. He leads the biggest trafficking of child in the world. The way he brought Sterling into Keshe Foundation, now we realize through national securities that he used and he's using websites to get to children. One of the reasons he wanted to be the webmaster, because a lot of young people were coming to see about the spaceship and space programs, and he was stealing data and selling the data. Now we ask all the Keshe Foundation supporters, those of you who know how to play, we want you to set up what is known facts about gentleman, Red Circle, and start putting all the victims, all the children gone missing to him. These are, we want his victims, children, and the establishment of the people. We have to flush this out. They tell us, once we start doing this, after now 2 bunch of groups of people have found in a big organization, and this organization is responsible for many, many children going missing. Victims of him need to be established. Those who established facts about Red Circle, please establish another one worldwide about him with his name on it, and victims. Put the picture of the children who's gone missing. It's the responsibility of Keshe Foundation to close this gap, that we can move on. And we've been asked to do it because Keshe Foundation follows run into at least now over 250 million people. And it's our responsibility to protect our children and show how he does. We want his address to be established, his place, and how he operates, and all his victims. You hear about the child missing, put it on. That's one of the victims. They are working literally on the streets, picking children up. In Africa, they're bringing a lot of children from Congo through flights from Congo into Belgium. This is a large scale apparatus. You will hear soon about it in national newspapers. Please help and set up, those of you who set up his facts about him, to a second line that his victims are needed to be known. Children who's gone missing with him, and establishes that he cannot stay where he is. And secondly, the second supporter we found out is the same police officer who has been working in cases for him. They needed to answer for the children that are going missing and used and abused. I do apologize for this. It's something which I forgot to explain. I told some of the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers recently this has come up. And we wanted to announce it last week, but I forgot about it. We want to set up victims of Red Circle, and it's all children. Name and address of children, and his name and his address. People have to know where he lives and how he operates, and then the rest of his family, because they're on the same, they work as a family, as a group. Establish it, and let us get rid of this, what we call the worms of the society. And then I will release to you the name of the national securities who are after to do it, because now many of these people, they've got all the criminals. Now we're trying to find how many children has gone missing, and anything you hear, we want to be put in. Going back to the teaching, the understanding of the soul of the man is very important. You have to move away from the matter state. Sorry, I received another message. The securities are online, they were listening, they were waiting for us to announce this one. We announce this later on in the end of the teaching. Please set up this as many and link up together. We want to know the children which has gone missing. They will tell us more information. And Red Circle, through his computer, is controlling all the child trafficking. And there are many victims of him. Now we want the name of the children and his organization. We give you the people who are connected to him, their name and their victims. The national securities will give us more background support. They want to use for the first time Keshe Foundation to help those parents who lost their children or the children been abused. Name of the priest, name of whatever comes up, you know. We want to make a profile of these people, and he's one of the biggest important people in child trafficking in the world. That's why they came to Keshe Foundation, because new sciences, space attracts a lot of young people. And now we understand securities that we've siphoned after getting most of the, what they call the big fishes. Now we want to understand the victims. Sorry about that. When it comes to understanding of this problem with the soul and energy, now when we speak about the energy of the soul, we have to work with the energy of the universe. We have to work with the understanding of the work of the universe. In the universe, we interact with what we call energy packs. Now that we have developed and step up to the next level, is that we understood the interaction of the fields of the universe at the strength of our solar system. In a given strength interaction leads to creation of manifestation of the conditions. And in the interaction of that condition with its own environment which created it, leads to manifestation of physicality. If you read book 1, it's very much in line, if you never understood it, how the mass is created and how the weight is created. Why the mass of a person is the same across the solar system, but our weight, according to interaction with central gravitational point of the manifestation, changes. If you understand that the weight and the mass is the same, but same energy, but the same interactions, but in respect to interface between two different fields of interaction, one is constantly with the universal fields and of the higher strength, and one with inertial matter of it, then you understand you can do the same thing with your what we call energy systems to lead to the creation of different dimensions. This is what, when you go to the book number 1 and read about the weight and the mass, is about. The interaction of the fields of the source with the inertia strength creates the weight in that point, but it doesn't change the what we call field strength of the center. Where is the difference between the mass and the weight? Change the name. The mass is the soul of the man, the strength of the soul of the man. And the weight is the manifestation of the physicality of that soul in respect to its environment. If you understand this, you can survive anywhere in the universe. Your soul, your physicality, the mass of your body stays the same if you're on this planet or on the moon or on the Mars. It's the same. The soul of the man is the mass. Then the interaction of the fields of your soul with the environmental field, the inertia of the position gives you different weight, different manifestation of the strength on the moon or on the earth, as they have different inertial field strength. If man understands this, man becomes a man of space. Man becomes a universal dimension. Man becomes to the position that the physicality has no matter. This is the time when you tap into universal energy and you tap into the universal community. Because the man moves up one step higher. It's us who decides the position and the time of the manifestation. Many men in the past have achieved this. Mankind has to understand the next step in the evolution of energy, the next step in evolution of stepping up to universal community. And as I told you, we start teaching this. For you to understand these teachings, you have to understand the fundamental, what we call the principle of creation, manifestation. And in so many ways, we have to understand these little basic fundamental cornerstones of converting physicality to energy, that you can transfer the energy to any physicality, will happen to the man itself. If you have listened to the teachings in the past years, I always tell you, especially in recent teachings, we emphasize on it that you understand. You started with the matter, molecules. We got more understanding, we called it alloys. When the man understood he can mix the metals together, we made different new molecules. Then in the recent past, we became nano. We tried to separate them. But with the Keshe Foundation technology being 40, 50, 100 years, according to some people who understand, ahead, we managed to separate that atom into what we call a GANs, which is the energy. And then we use these energies to create any matters by presence of inertial strength. If you interact with a higher strength, you lead to creation of new souls. This is the difference in the understanding of the man. If you interacted with lower strength, what we call inertia, you lead to manifestation of the physicality. If you interact the same fields of the higher order interaction, you lead to creation of interaction with a higher level condition of universal dimension. This is where from now on, mankind has to understand the totality of the process. Can I have a screenshot, please? Can I have the screen, please? Rick?
The whiteboard you want, correct?
Yes,
Yep.
yes.
Do you want me to share it, or do you want to share?
I have opened up, I couldn't get in, thanks very much.
Okay, there we are.
You see, this is what a lot of governments will come to understand, where the Keshe Foundation has to start making the difference. In the present science, one my thicker one, okay. In the present science, we started with the matter. We came to nano in recent past. Now we come to energy, what we call GANs in the matter state. This energy created in interaction with a different strength field gave us the matter state, the copper and whatever we saw Peter made. Now we went to the lower inertial matter. What you as knowledge seekers understand, we have come to the crossroads of man's development. We go the matter way, or we choose and we go the soul of the universe. Here you created the strength of the matter state and you got copper and zinc. If mankind understand this interaction and create the higher order, we become man of universe. Then in this process, we understand the interaction and in conjunction with the energies of the universe, where and how we will manifest ourselves. The problem with most of mankind and some of the knowledge seekers is they still want to live in this world, but understand about this world. Cannot be done. As we say in English, it's like a chalk and a cheese. You can use this to reach to this, but from this to come, you have to go through this process again. In most of the times. Now, from today, you understand how we take you into the universal community. The way you made systems to confirm production of materials, now mankind has to understand there is a higher level systems that in interaction will become, instead of matter state, it will become in interaction with the higher order, what we call the universal community. Universal understanding the transformation of higher order energies into confirmation of the existence in a higher level. In some languages, you call it different dimensions. The game of space technology, in the condition of space travel, in understanding of it, has taken a new shape from today. This one still needs fueling, this one needs fueling of the universe. We have achieved as knowledge seekers the point of maturity that now we can see both sides. One road leads us to creation of more matter states. One road leads us to understanding of higher order, that in that order we still can create and manifest ourselves, but in that strength. There is nothing wrong with either side. But in that state, you want to confirm your manifestation, then you have to understand the field strength of the environment. This is how the dimension of the soul of physicality of the man has decided. Again, as I said, it's like before. We got so much involved in physicality that we saw the birth of a child as a manifestation of the totality of physicality. But what does it come with that child? What does it come with that hand? What does it come with the birth of a man's child or a fish? Is the creation of new energy which can live in the dimension of universal level. It's very much those of you who are a cook, is making the sauce. As the French say, the bouillon. The, the, the base that now you made it, you want to make it to a soup, or do you want to make it to a dish? Now you have that base. And that's the energy of the soul of the man. Energy within the structure of what we call the energies of the matter state of the higher order, which has no conformation in a physical level. If you understood this, now you understand what the new enhancement technology we put out means. In these enhancement systems, mankind has and will receive a choice. Mankind in this machine, in the presence of his soul, will make a decision. Heal me and get rid of my pains in the dimension of physicality, or I use the system knowing how to interact with it, I become man of universe. Many people, when we go into these machines, will never come back. Once they set the soul, will become the traveler of the universe. These systems has a soul which is connected with the soul of the universe. You were waiting for UFOs to get your physicality. I have given you a system which will take your soul to the dimension of the universe. As I told you, I'll open more doors of this enhancement unit. It's not enhance your physicality, it's to enhance your soul to understand the dimension of the universe.
Sorry, we had a bit of interference there. It's okay. I think we lost Mr. Keshe temporarily. Paul, your microphone had come open there twice, so please control your mic. And Mr. Keshe kicked out at that moment too, so I don't know whether it was a coincidence or not. Okay, we'll wait a minute for Mr. Keshe to come back. Hello, Mr. Keshe. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, we hear you now.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes. What happened? The system decides to upgrade itself suddenly after work. No. Yes. Thank you very much. As I said, we're gonna have a lot of problem today. So we are in a building which all leaders are, and all the securities and all the people in these buildings are active on the same internet. We were told we are the only outsiders in this building, in this hotel, with the world leaders. Nobody else is allowed in. The Keshe Foundation team has been kept in, as we are known for our peace work and the government securities on all the
Whoops, I think we lost Mr. Keshe's transmission there again. Okay, well, bear with us for another brief interval while Mr. Keshe reconnects.
Can you hear me again?
Yes, go ahead,
Hello?
Mr. Keshe. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, okay, thank you very much. As I said, we are in the building with the world leaders, and the whole hotel is covered with all the nationalities of governments. And as we were told yesterday, we are the only non-governmental organization which is not connected to one of the 5 nations of BRIC, which has been allowed to stay in the hotel. And this shows how much the 5 nations of BRIC trust Keshe Foundation and its work. Everybody else has been moved. The team of Keshe Foundation still stays in the hotel till the end of the conference, till we leave. This gives you a lot of confidence that how world leaders, being within distance from us, trust the foundation. In those of you who understand the gravity of such a position, it gives us a lot of joy. We are not somebody they put out, we are somebody they keep within their trust. And all these people, hundreds of people in the building, they all are the nets, so everybody's using it for their governments, for their national work and the rest of it. Now maybe you understand why we are in Brazil and the time was chosen to be here at this time. It's the souls which they decide, not the man. That has given the foundation a huge step up to be able to meet in different ways and different conditions with different officials. What is important in these teachings, which we try to bring from now on, is to start showing the man the strength of his knowledge, of his soul, what was hidden from him by himself, by the choice of the soul of the physicality, not by the choice of the soul of the man. As I said before, for the maturity of the physicality to become independent takes 9 months in the womb of the mother. The maturity of the soul of the man to understand the totality of the work of the universal community takes a little bit longer. And then comes the reality of, do we really need to understand all, or do we know it and we decided to ignore it all? How much have we, are we back again?
You're okay. We hear you.
Yes, we're on 2 channels now. We'll see which one picks up, which one drops off. Now we can go from one to the other. So what is the reality of which one we want to choose? From today, a new gate, a new door, a new understanding of the creation starts. Those of you who wrote, Mr. Keshe has not taught anything new. My God, from now on it's so new that I hope you won't break your leg trying to catch up. We saw with Arizona team, they did everything to understand how create the soul, and many of you have tried it. Now you have to understand how you take the other avenue, the other road. Now you have a choice. Mankind has a choice to live in the dimension of physicality or to live in the dimension of the soul of man, the freedom of the universe. And as you entered, you were developed as the interaction of the fields of the egg and the sperm of the mother and father in the womb of the mother, or in a test tube. Nowadays, we have changed the test tube for the development of the soul of the man to the enhancement units. Now you understand what is on the table. You could not, mankind for centuries, for thousands of years could not do that. With a new enhancement unit, this becomes the womb, the interaction where the man can release and become part of the universal community by carrying an understanding that he can carry his soul with his physicality in the dimension of manifestation. You remember the movie called, where the guy said, beam me up, Scotty. There is no Scotty and no beaming up. Now is elevation of the soul of the man within these systems. Those of you who run into pain, into suffering, and you're tired of the pains of physicality, you're given a choice to take the dimension of the soul, but still exist and be within the realms of the creation in the dimension of understanding of your own physicality in any dimension in the universe. As I said, the new enhancement unit is the womb for mankind to have a taste and understanding how easily he can work within the dimension of his souls without existence of physicality. In a coming time, in some of the units in Arizona and now in Mexico and in China and in Iran, man will enter the system with no chairs, with no beds. Is not a healing station. It's the elevation of the soul of the man station. Now you understand. Prepare to be born in the dimension of the new era. But still, a choice to return to live in the dimension of the physicality of the man. The new enhancement system is not a normal system. I said this to John when we talked about the creation of the soul. Many times I gave indications. With these systems, mankind will move in a direction. In a way, we have created a new transportation system. We show you how. These are not portals. These are not whatever you dreamt about. These are the facts that you can elevate your soul, even to elevate your understanding of your physicality, not necessarily entering another dimension of life in the universe. Mankind from today has given a new choice. Come with us or suffer with yourselves. There is a reason we are in Brazil.
There is a reason we are sitting right in the center amongst the world leaders. We are not here to interact with them in a dimension of physicality. We are here to change the soul of the man as they are. You will see in the new era has begun, even with the world leaders. Everything looks accidental, but in fact is well planned. We did not know, Keshe Foundation team did not know, that when we arrive in Brazil, there will be a break meeting. And we are moved from one hotel to another to be amongst them. Because the soul had planned for the world leaders in Keshe Foundation and understanding of Keshe Foundation, what we call knowledge seekers, to enter a new era. Now, mankind has a choice. We have developed the system. And this is what I said to you before in past couple of weeks. The universal systems which are produced by Keshe Foundation are set to take man into a new dimension in the universe. You will feel it. You will be part of it. And then you understand. Now you say, I have not taught any. Now you understand, you have not listened to many. We inform you as much as we inform the world leaders, the ministers. And you look for the face, we look for the soul. You look for the lower level, we show you the higher level from now on. Try to be part of totality. Try to understand there is a higher level energy, but to get to it, you have to create it, that the beauty of the soul of the man in the presence of the higher energy, it shows itself. It melts the strength of the physicality and shows the beauty of the soul of the man. That's what the new enhancement units are made for. I can solve your problem with your cancer in no time. You don't need many things. But with the new system, and when they are set, when we them around the world, will give every nation the opportunity to become man of the universe. It will not be the exclusivity of one or two, it will not be exclusive of one nation. When you put a lot of heat into something, as it boils up, it shows is more new dimensions, new features, the higher strength. It's very much when you put the sugar in the water. When you heat it up, it melts into it. Now that fire is the increase in the dimension of the strength of the environmental fields, which can interact with the physicality, which is the sugar, and the atmosphere of the system to be the water, for it to melt into it. When you open the door, you get a new product. You get a new dimension. These systems are set to do this. As you know, I'm a very good magician. Which one you want me to hide? Now there is no more hiding. The new enhancement units is the
opportunity for mankind to choose. I want to repair the physicality, or I want to the physicality in the new dimension of the strength, because the fields created within these systems allows you to see the beauty of the universe. It gives you a chance to choose with the full consciousness of the soul of the man, if I want to stay in the dimension of physicality. All you need to do to create a higher level, just as we say, heat it up. See if the physicality of the man would stay with the soul of the man, because the soul of the man, the sugar, the sun, would stay there. Just because you cannot see, doesn't mean you cannot taste the sweetness. Man, the soul of the man, would understand the new operation of what has been done. The beauty of it is that many things has to be done together. Man having the opportunity to become part of the universal community, but the man has the responsibility through his collective soul to raise the soul of the planet, that with it, it helps the other creatures of this planet. Now you understand. There is no world leaders to lead us. We lead the mankind to freedom, but our way. When more and more of mankind understand the new totality. One of the reasons we delayed and we put this so far, and now we start releasing it, and even next 2 months, 3 months, we are preparing the humanity, the world leaders for the what to come. It's very simple. We start preparing the souls of mankind. We start preparing the world leaders. We're trying to set up the nations all to be in the same direction. The momentum for taking mankind into universal community has started, has taken shape by you knowledge seekers and nobody else. Understanding different levels of it. None of you, some of you never made a GANs, but you understand the knowledge has touched you, and that has already matured the soul. That was the purpose, not just to make the GANSes. Now you understand what these new systems will bring. What is interesting is how much we choose to accept and how much we choose to deny. What would be the outcome of new condition? What would be the new dimension for mankind?
do we choose to be part of this change? Or do we decide to be part of this totality? Do we choose to be both in the physical dimension or to do the elevation of our soul in any dimension? Do we choose to stay and travel in the dimension of physicality of the man, the spaceship of the man? Or do we choose to go to the high level and travel with other souls of the universe in their dimension, in their spaceship, in their dimension of traveling the spans of the universe? Does the physicality of the man now becomes a burden for man to become part of the universal community, because this physical status, as we have chosen on this planet, cannot, as a physical dimension, live in a higher order? Do we trust our physicality to be given to the soul, that soul in a coming place in space uses the soul of the physicality to manifest itself in the dimension of the new strength? Now we understand what we are preparing the mankind for. The new systems are not just a system that you can get rid of the cancer or whatever. Many of you will leave the foundation, because to face the reality, to be able to take into the new levels of understanding will be very harsh. And in reality, all of you have the systems with you. Many of you, as I explained in the teachings, you look as you have to have a dynamic system like the earth and the sun rotating. You have a dynamic system and does what you like. But if you look, there is no rotation in the physicality of the body of the man, as I explained in teachings in the past few weeks. But your physicality exists because you have created it. Instead of what we call dynamic rotational, you have chosen the circulation of the blood in a vertical condition. The blood of the man has replaced the rotation of the system. So if you understand this in the new systems, in understanding the freedom of the choice of the body of the man, we'll go the same way. We don't see the heart of the man to rotate with so much speed. In the interaction with the field, it tries to show itself as a heartbeat. Is the heartbeat the position of the creation, separation between the physicality and what we call non-physical dimensions as it switches from one to another? Is mankind ready by January to see, to walk into the system and know he has a choice? Or would we choose a new dimension? How many of us will dare to take that step and knowing that we still can come? You got to realize how to create these conditions. That's what I said in other teachings. We will not teach this to man. When you reach this point of elevation of a new dimension or universal level, you will understand the system. It's not easy. It will not be easy for many of mankind's human race to go through this transition. We would love to extend the life to be with our loved ones, but we don't understand that with this new way, we live in the soul of the loved ones, not in the dimension of physicality. We enjoy the real truth of their existence, not necessarily in the dimension of physicality of the touch. Within the structure, within the fields of their lives, mankind will live. There is no fear of an end. It's the beauty of the beginning. A new understanding in being able to deal with the higher strength soul of the man, that lower strength physicality. This is the choice mankind has. From now on. This is the choice you are given. Is not the right, is the choice. Now you have to understand how to create these massive space energy conditions. It is time to move on. It is time for you to enter this new dimension. And in so many ways, the guy said, you haven't taught anything new. I hope this is new enough for you to take you a lifetime of the universe to understand what you've been taught. What it comes to is, how do you interact with this new condition? How do you come into the point that when you leave the soul of physicality in amalgamation with the soul of the man, you see your children, you see your loved ones? Or do they live the same as what you call the dreams? They talk to you, they're in communication with you, you're in communication with them, but they don't see the level of physicality. You become free of the shackles of the physical life of the man. Now you understand what was said. If I tell you how beautiful is the other side without the shackles and the pains of physicality, you all will commit suicide to be there. We give you a tool not to commit suicide, but to understand the point of the transition into universal community. It's man's decision from now on to choose. In which dimension and in which order you want to live in. Would you like to live with a physicality, or would you like to live with a soul? With no dimension. And then if you understand this, in the next level of the maturity of the soul of the man in the new dimension, man will come to understand there is another level which is closer and higher. And with that process, as we have shown in many of the teachings,
The plasma of the universe does not work expansion outwards. It works on the expansion or contraction inwards. In the dimension of physicality, you gain power and become world leader and rich this way. As you move away in the dimension of the soul of man, in the universal dimension, you go this way. That's why the plasma is made that way. By gaining more in dimension of the strength field, the more power is gathered inside, where with the dimension of physicality runs away from the man and becomes the death of the man. That's why in the world of dimension of the plasma, man always exists. In the dimension of physicality, as the time and death. We start from here in the dimension of physicality. As the soul is gathered and made, we move this way. In the dimension of physicality, the more we go from the point of the birth, the further the demise become more certain. As we say, we are born to die in the dimension of physicality. In the dimension of the soul of the man, we are born to strengthen. Then you understand why the dimension of physicality we release the soul, because now it's time for it to take the flight of fancy to see and reach in a step by step to the point of the strength of its creator. Now we move to a higher level of understanding of the totality. And collectively, mankind is ready for this. It's just showing the path. The new systems, new technologies to be released. And then we choose if we want to be the farmer on this planet or travelers in the dimension of the universe. And this is what I said, mankind has not reached the critical mass. That so many can live, and there are enough here to keep the structure of present society open and running the way it has done. Many of you who take in the dimension of the soul would try to come back and encourage your loved ones to take the same path, and some of them will do. Some of you will decide to come back and stay in the dimension of physicality for the time of separation chosen by random block. Which way the man will take this journey from now on that he knows is his choice. It's a good dimension that you can free the man from this dimension of physicality, dimension of soul. Then you will understand part of the work of the universe was hidden in the knowledge of Tesla. But man went for the dimension of physicality of the knowledge, and understanding this is the path to universal community. The process of interaction of the fields in the dimension of social structure of the soul of the man in the universe will become part of the teachings of the future. That when you enter the dimension of what we call non-physicality, how do you react? As we say, to learn which hand you hold the fork and which hand you hold the spoon, on which hand you use the fork with, and how you put and where you put your physicality, in what position, if you need to, and everything else which goes with the new life in the universal condition and in space. The choice is for mankind. Now we have shown you the way. Mankind has to decide. I go through the soul, and through it I educate the other souls that I stop the criminality, the hunger, the dimension of physicality, that those who stay behind or would like to carry on with the same existence will enjoy it. But don't forget, every dimension has its own story. And if you get it wrong, it's not all milk and honey. Through the new understanding and development of these new technologies, we open the door for mankind to another system of traveling the spans of the universe. Now you understand, going back to very first teachings, and I repeat it many times, about you're the last man standing. It's you in that system, and it's you with just soul.
Sorry, you're breaking breaking up, Mr. Kesh. You said it's you in that system, and we couldn't hear after that. It's you in that system. Hello, Mr. Kesh. We're not able to hear you right now. Hello, Mr. Kesh.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you now. You last part we heard was it's you in the system, I think you said.
I said you in the system. Will decide in which path you want to take. You want to take the path of physicality, or you want to take the path of the universal community. You're the last man standing. You stand on your own in the system. So you stand on your own in the system of the universe. Then you have to decide which way you're going to go. Do I rely on the dimension of physicality of the vision of seeing, or do I rely on a vision, understanding of seeing the universe?
So with these systems, with these new technologies, and the new technology release more and more, you understand that you are the last man. And you know, you're totally on your own in the system. In the future, we develop technologies, systems that families can take the trip together when they are in totality, uniform, and they take that trip together to become part of the passengers of the universe. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kesh. I'll remind the attendees you can put your hand up and we can allow you to speak.
I love the way you repeat this every time. I would like to put your hands up. How are we going to put the hands of the soul up?
Well, that's, I'm sure you recognize when they do. Okay, so attendees can put your soul hand up if you wish.
Let me see if the soul of Mr. Kramer can recognize.
We did have a question from Stefania, the UC Italian, in the chat, who asks, why when we die, the physicality doesn't melt as we get elevated, like the sugar in the hot water?
When we die, the physicality doesn't melt because it's at the strength of the planet where we are. Physical body is created by the interaction of fields, so it has connection with the strength of it. Now I wonder how many of you will start understanding the point of transit. How many of you were waiting for a spaceship? Now you understand the spaceship is here. It's you have decided where I'm going to captain this soul. How far would mankind trust his own soul to take the next step? Any other question? Are you there, Mr. Clement?
Yes, I'm examining our questions here. There's a question from Freed in the live stream who asks, is it not one of the functions of the material world to understand the universe through physicality, meaning that the present limitations are a wonderful teacher which no longer exists then?
That has been the dilemma for the man for beginning of the times. It's for you to decide and for you to understand your own dimension. You cannot teach it to somebody else. I was explaining to somebody recently, you cannot pilot a plane, but you let others build a plane and put a pilot in it and take it to the destination. Mankind could not find a pilot, a system to get itself out of the shackles of this planet. Keshe Foundation has built that craft. But this time, the pilot of your soul is you. We create the runway, and we make available the system for your soul. It's understanding what the technology is, understanding what the knowledge is, understanding that no man has a priority and superiority on the other one.
We have someone with their hand up here, an attendee, Svetoslav, I believe is the name. If you want to go ahead with, do you have a question?
Thank you, Rick. Hello to everyone. Thank you, Mr. Keshe, for a wonderful teaching. I have followed you from a long time, and I think I'm in Bulgarian community. In last December, we sent some ACVs, motivation letters, and other stuff to Giovanni, so we can create.
I cannot hear you. You break up.
Sorry. We sent last December to the Giovanni CVs and motivation letters, so we can create Keshe Foundation Bulgaria or something like that. You decide, association, I don't know. So we can step forward to the knowledge, so we can grow up with the knowledge, with the people, and if it's good. If we have a foundation, so we can go in front of the governments, in the universities, so we can step forward, because now we don't know what to do, how to do it. We don't know, we can sell ganses, so we can quit our regular job, so we can dedicate to the foundation and move forward in that direction. In the next week, I have a meeting with a few investors that I will talk about the universal health system, and I'm not sure what to tell him about the whole process, how it's going to work, how is going to be the contract, and how many medical staff need to operate, and this and other stuff will be great if you can some clearance about that. Thank you very much. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Keshe, are you still there? I think he might have, looks like he might have dropped out. Okay, well, I'm not sure if he heard your question. You might have to repeat it. But we'll wait a minute for Mr. Keshe to come back.
Thank you.
I see that Pia has her. Oh, hello, Mr.
Am I
Keshe.
back?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, sorry, I got dropped off.
Did you hear the question from?
No.
Okay, then if you can repeat what you said, Svetoslav.
Thank you. Sorry for my English, it's not good. So my question was, The Bulgarian community don't know what to do because we don't have the Quiche Foundation Bulgaria, and we want to grow up with the knowledge and in the people, so we can evolve more people with the plasma technologies. And will be great if we have the Quiche Foundation Bulgaria or something like that. We sent a year ago to Giovanni a motivation letters and CVs, so we can establish one session of.
Yeah, the thing is, let me explain to you. If you have anything to do with these kind of things, you have to send it to the webmaster at Keshe Foundation. Nothing to do with Giovanni or Italy. Italian Keshe Foundation is shut down. It's gone. It's finished. So you send your request to Keshe Foundation, and we're looking. We are setting up a lot of national, what they call teaching points, Zooms, that you can get together and talk. I thought we have a Bulgarian teaching room somewhere. Am I correct in the background?
We have one in Facebook, but it's only for us. It's not in Zoom.
Okay. What happens? Please, we have our webmaster team people in the background. They can see who you are, most probably. Send a message to webmaster@keshefoundation.org and put that you've been present in this teaching. We'll set it up for you. We originally came to Bulgaria some 5 or 6 years ago, and they set up some fake company and the rest of it. And actually, this we understand more now how it's been done, which is it happens as part of the growth of the new foundation organization. We will help you to have the Zoom channels. We help you to have the teaching channel for the, and we support you. There is a large number of Bulgarian supporters, and we will expand on it. We just did it for Brazil, and it was set up 24, what they call it, 48 hours ago or so, very, very recently. And we have seen it, the Brazilian community literally growing in it very rapidly. Wait 1 second. Our webmaster is telling us something. Just give me 1 second. Where can I find you? He's typing to me in the background. You write your letter, your email to education@kfssi.org. Any of you who want to set up national teachings, national organizations that works, please write to education@kfssi.org, and you'll be set up. We realize some people set up teaching programs and use the Keshe Foundation Zoom. And when they didn't feel good and they fell out, they closed it and they went, or they did everything which is in France, which is in Germany, we saw now in Brazil. These things all is going to stop. Keshe Foundation will stay the administrator on all the channels, that nobody can shut down and go as they like. And we've seen it, the minute the misconduct appears, then it goes into problem for everybody else except themselves. It says Bulgarian IDs for public and private teachings were created years ago. Yes. It's there. You have to go into it. If you get in touch with the education group and appoint a host and continue to treat the teachings in Bulgarian, everything is already there for you. Bulgaria was more or less one of the very first groups which was set up. It was a time when we came by invitation to Bulgaria, and then with everything else which went around it, they were very enthusiastic groups. And then we found out how they put people into deliberately to destroy. You got to understand, something very
I was there, 2013.
Yes, 2013. There are people who come in to find fame and fortune in Keshe Foundation in different ways of their understanding. And then when they don't get it, they go and destroy it. We stop this process now. It stays in Keshe. You can go, you can come. We just seen one of the Universal Council members walking away once he realized he made a mistake, was too late. And then it became all the problems of the Keshe Foundation. You got to realize Keshe Foundation is much bigger than a few people coming and making a few chats and thinking they become very big. The beauty of the foundation is this. We give a platform to every man to show his beauty. But some people get carried away and they think they're everything to it and nobody else, and they've done everything for their own ego. We've seen this in past few months as the foundation is growing. We see more and more of this. They think everything is them, and then when it's not, they don't get their way, and their lies and fabrication comes up, then they go and do whatever they like. It doesn't matter how many times we've seen people like this in the past 20 years. The foundation is much bigger. People join the foundation with their souls, not with anything else. Because the knowledge touches them. And so if you want to set up any country, Spain already has, the French already have, the German have done. Now the Brazilian have joined in a massive way in past 2 days because they were blocked. We were physically, Brazilian Keshe Foundation was blocked to be part of the family by 2 or 3 people who controlling it at the top. And they wrote anything they like to do. Can you please send this to the teaching that it goes on the screen, please? The public teaching in Bulgarian and the private teaching in Bulgarian. Can you send it to Rick, that Rick can put it on the screen, on the share? There are numbers. Please take the ID numbers on Zoom. There is a public teaching and a private teaching. We control it at a foundation. So you appoint a host, you appoint teachers every week. The way the Germans do. The Germans meet, I think, every Thursday. The Spanish were meeting yesterday. They all start meeting. And in these places, don't allow one person to become a center that then you see you cannot get rid of them. And then they control it. We saw it in French. We saw it in the German community. Now we see in the French community coming back with what do you call it? One of the Universal Council members moving into French, but she's a Spanish speaking, becoming big part of this. Please see the screen. Both numbers for Zoom is set up. Meet with each other there. Appoint what do you call it? Somebody who can teach you, and who's going to be a teacher, who's going to be a moderator, and change it quite frequently. Knowledge just shouldn't come from one of you only, because then they take control. We saw in the French community, they even put advertising for their own website to sell products. We had to tell them to stop. So foundation is giving platform to all of you, because now that we have moved in governmental level, you as knowledge seekers in any country will become part of it. This is what I told the what they call Universal Council, and some of them thought now we become businessmen. No, you have to understand how to integrate, how to emerge with your governments in the coming time. The process has started. You have here public teaching in Bulgarian. Make a time, announce a time when you want to meet, and we announce it for you.
I know out the Bulgarian, we are a few people. 1, 2 from Podiv and 1, 2 from
the last counts, there were 5,000, more than 5,000 Keshe Foundations in Bulgaria. There are many, but with the process of past, what happened, the delivery is scattered. You understand? We see it now. We saw this clearly in past 7 days in Brazil. We could not get. There were hardly 2 people. They became the Facebook of themselves, and they wrote whatever rubbish they liked, and they thought they control everything. They told us Brazilians have no education. Everything has to go through them because colonization was carrying on in a different shape or form. We come to Brazil. We saw the people. In fact, the first 2 days of conference, it was a shock to me how to. And in the 3rd day of the conference gelled. They came together, and now it's a big force. The whole of Keshe Foundation in Brazil has moved Now they have moved in a very rapid way to respond, and they're all scientists. They're gorgeous people to be with. And what do? We set up the Keshe Foundation Brazil. 362 members in past 48 hours have joined in.
Mhm.
Yeah, Bulgaria is
Yeah.
the same. Bulgaria, there are a lot of people. The time when, what do you call it? Elia Kostova joined, and they're trying to
Yes.
put, and a lot of other things. They came and they served their way to elevate the soul of the man in different ways, and then they thought they became the center and they walked off. But it hasn't stopped a lot of people joining it.
Yes.
If you
Yes.
set it up, we promote it. We will come through a new system of teaching and promotion that even in the new teachings, which starts from January in KFSSI, language transfer is done. Now you have the capability on the Telegram to instantaneously translate into languages which you are in. When you speak to Bulgarians in Bulgarian in your teaching in Keshe Foundation or Keshe Brazil or Keshe Foundation, what do you call, whatever language, or English or French, you can instantaneously translate it. So you don't need to be in one language only. You can start cross-working together. This is needed for when we start in January. You could be electrical engineer, you're interested in development of certain part of the space or system. Then there's another guy in Brazil, another guy in China. Now you have a position in Telegram to instantaneously translate. We are opening these new channels of what we call Telegram, that you can talk to each other. There is no language barrier. You don't need to go to translate. You ask it to which languages you want it to be translated to. We have to bring all the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers together. And we've seen in discussions in past 48 hours in Brazil, that I don't speak from me, from Keshe Foundation. The Keshe Foundation Brazil, many of them are ready to start merging into the government scientific organizations to teach them, to go with them, and government is happy. They're here, they're us. It's not Keshe Foundation from Holland or Keshe Foundation from Austria. Now it's Keshe Foundation Brazilian teaching their own nation. And when the governments see they are in such a strength in your nation, they work with you. They work with the foundation. We passed through the many barriers. It took a long time to set things up. And this is not the end. We see more and more of it. I can see in next 12 months, 2 years, education of the Keshe Foundation by the knowledge seekers in the schools, in universities, because the government has realized, they come to understand this knowledge cannot wait another 40 years to come by the guy, the mother teaches the son. They will teach in the schools. We saw this happening gradually in China. And now we see it in other positions which we are coming to. We have to start understanding. We taught many of you. There is so many knowledge seekers that we call upon you the way we have called upon the knowledge seekers of the Brazil. Brazilian knowledge seekers is a very clear indication. We are meeting tomorrow night in the channel you've all been informed of for the Brazilian knowledge seekers. You have to start gathering together, those of you who are on the medical and other parts, everything, that in merging the Keshe Foundation into the structure with the government of Brazil, as is happening now, you know it. It's you who have to do it with the government. We have opened the doors, and we open the doors with more and more, because now the governments, we put it on the table very clearly. You can go with the line of the Belgian government and all the fake things started, or you can choose, because they still were trying to colonize you, and governments are seeing right through it. With the research, with the development, your own scientists, you sit with us speaking to your government, not us. You are from Bulgaria, you're whatever, from Russia, from China. When we start negotiation with the governments, it's not us, we open the door. It's you who have to walk them through it. You have to teach the knowledge seekers. You have to teach the what they call your national scientists. It'll be a lot of resistance for a lot of PhDs, but the reason having number of PhD scientists with you, when you meet these people, changes the position. Yesterday, we sat around the table and everybody was a doctor. I think I was the lowest educated man as an engineer. And I said, this room is full of sick people, but they're all doctors, one in medicine, one in law, one in something else. And because you all carry this fancy word in front of you, you're intelligent. If these intelligent people, doctors, understood it, I better look, I understand it as well. So I agree with it because they've tested it. Otherwise, I look like a fool. We are not going with knowledge seekers who somebody misses. So we are going with Dr. So-and-so. We're going with Professor so-and-so. Because you knowledge seekers have a lot of you are educated. When you come in with us to a minister and you're doctors and professors, a senior minister or advisor, if he looks down these people and they're practicing it, I am low, I better look good. So I help it to go further. I know what I'm doing, and this is part of it. Bulgaria is very big, Keshe Foundation. You got scattered because they scattered you. It was part of the Red Circle. You don't understand how we came to Bulgaria. You got played, not only with your teaching, not only with your children, not only with the foundation. This man has messed everything up everywhere. Was well planted by the Belgians inside the foundation to destroy everything. And Bulgaria was one of the first victims. Gathered together, I come to your teachings, I teach you. I have started those who know in the past 2 or 3 weeks since I've come back from China to go into private teachings. I spent a long time with one group last week, 2 weeks ago. I come in, I educate. It's not, you don't have to be English. You have your translators. Invite us, we look, we can, we come in. I teach in any language. We had to do a lot of work to build home. The home is built. Now we need to decorate it to show beauty. Bulgarians, we were with the Germans a few weeks ago. We go to the French. We go anywhere. You invite us, we come to the Spanish. Because, as you know, Caroline follows all of you. She's quite aware, and other knowledge seekers do the same. So invite us, we come in, set up your groups. What happened to the English knowledge seekers that they can speak English and develop? Just because the knowledge seekers here, they come and listen to English. What happened to the others? Set it up. We are here to help, to support. Now we have that freedom. I have to do a lot of things. It's very much, I was explaining, it's like a father trying to bring everything that the party is ready. It's him who goes and does the shopping, decorate the house, make the furniture, everything is ready. We don't know that. Now we come home, let's have a party together. Let's share the knowledge. And the KFSSI from January becomes that way. That you open your eyes into a new dimension of teaching, and nobody should teach more than, or be part of, to lead more than 1 or 2 sessions. These long-term months and months, and they suddenly glorifying themselves, have to finish, because 360 people, 1 person each time has to be the moderator to learn, to teach, because now you 360 in what they call Portuguese, you become 360 teachers for your nation. The same with others. Cannot be dominated by 1 person and then taken to ransom. We saw that in French. We saw how they came in Germany and they thought they decimated. Foundation is much bigger than this. Now we're seeing Portuguese, 1 man thinks was the end of the world, writing whatever he liked. Let them write. In 4 weeks time, in 2 weeks, even next week, nobody will remember his name. You have to understand how we were not aware of and how we all got played with for a few years by a red circle. They were well penetrated, infiltrated the Keshe Foundation structure, and they were seeing how to stop everything. And is how to increase your knowledge by sharing it not just with the Bulgarians. Go into the Brazil chat room, go into French chat room, go into Spanish, go into German. You learn from all of them. They all have their own beauties. And ask, can somebody translate for me to English? They are there, they translate in the background for you. Knowledge does not come by English language. Knowledge comes by the soul of the man. So this is how now KFSI has to be used. We are moving up. And at the same time, the start, there was a question, how are we going to do KFSI in the new term? Nothing. You come in the classroom, doesn't matter what language you speak, there's an instantaneous translation, use it, teach each other, bring your ideas, and the classes run in different languages at the same time in the same class. You just need to put, you don't understand it, write your thoughts in the, what do you call, go to the Spanish and write it in English. It translates for me to Spanish. I can read it and then I can answer you. The way we are structuring now the research and development, that it means you as knowledge seekers, now you decide who is going to be heading, who's going to be leading, and only can be in research and development. Not sitting there waffling about how to make Ganses, whatever. You might learn something, you might have to learn how to make new Ganses. Now, let's start learning how to manipulate energies. You have everything, you did all the preparation. It's a kitchen, huh? You made the tomatoes, you made the potatoes, you made the rice, you made the meat, everything is ready. Now, it's putting it together. That flame to bring it together is the plasma strength, and start mixing it. It doesn't have to move to have life. If you put enough fields next to each other, they create their own lives to start moving. Depends what you're expecting from the system. You build it. What you want, what you see, and what is the expectation from what you're setting up. In your teaching, in your KFSI, decide in January, we want to understand how to access the energy which makes carbon. Some of this microphone is open. Together, work towards it, build the system, bring the understandings, and then build on it. And if you have a problem, there is somebody called somewhere who can give you some. And then if you don't go to somewhere that you cannot get some, there is somebody called the Keshe somewhere. If you can get somehow to it, it can be done. There should not be any more barrier people lying to you. You know, we found out in Brazil that everybody told, I'm the only one who speaks Mr. Keshe, nobody can talk except me, and glorifying and controlling and bringing a lot of pain to the community. Now they realize anybody can talk to Keshe, and Keshe sits in a member of the Brazilian chat room. You want a question, if I see it, I'll talk, I pick, but I don't want to spend all the time chat rooms being there. I'm not a chat show. We're a scientist, we're developing a lot of things on.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Keshe. Can I ask you one more question? Next week, I will meet with some investors. Hopefully, they will buy the health universal unit. Can you tell me more specific about how many doctors we need? What kind of disease will cure? Because they will ask me that kind of question. Thank you very much.
Just 1 second. I have to answer emergency somewhere. Just 1 second, please.
Okay, we're just
Okay, can you repeat that, please? Sorry, I run many hats and something came up very emergency. I had to take it.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Okay, Karen, repeat that, please.
The next week, I will meet with some investors so I can talk
Yes.
about the Universal Health Unit. And
Yes.
they will ask me a few questions: what disease can cure, and how many doctors we need to sustain the operation, and some more information that I can know to talk to the investors.
It's a very simple way. You find investors, you need doctors, you need nurses, you need physiotherapists. Everything is calculated. When you speak seriously, we don't put these things out, that the investors can see what are they for making profit. The structure of investment is very simple. The units are 150,000 till January of this year. After January, it goes to 500,000. In cases Keshe Foundation sees the position, Keshe Foundation will support some of it financially. When we support financially, we take control 51%. That is, just 1 second, I have to solve this problem first. Then we support the Keshe Foundation team in a way we'll support, and we are, as the reason actually I keep on going up, because in one of the researchers, a team of researchers, we want to move, and there is a discussion how to move the researchers into a new position. The process is that we come in. If they want to finance half, we what they call it part, we finance the other part. We take our half of the responsibility for what you call educating your doctors and everybody else. And this is a joint collaboration. As we've seen now in Arizona with 10 units in collaboration, now in Brazil with 20 units collaboration, we set up structures. By end of this month, we announce more cells like this, 10, 20 units in different locations around the world. And then in this process, we teach people. Your investors should know this is not just buying a system. This system gets traveled. This is the process that will support the whole. And then it's a long-term work. It's for till the machines and more things go through. Now we're talking the same way with Americans and now with Brazilians. The people who start with us now, like with 20 units, and we are investing into the building of the center in what you call Brazil. And now we're informed the government officials that we are in that process to do. Then these people who come with us at the beginning, they become the people that opening other centers around the country. It's not one system, one cell. In the Brazil conference, we noticed there are some 70 investors, individuals they can put $1,000 or $2,000 each to buy a system. We said, okay, you come up with what you can between you 70, and the foundation comes with others. And then we have started offering a very simple system. You take 2, we put 1. So the system becomes 3. And you start what we call a center, a health center. It's different ways to do it. And people say, oh, you've done this with them. No, we don't. It doesn't make a key just because you got 50%. We look at every case. We are not looking for one to buy a machine and try to run with it. We try to structure health centers. Now we see big investors are prepared. I'll announce in the next few days, an operational center with a 100 units is in discussion. The governments are seeing what is coming. The investors are seeing that a lot of investors don't want to pay the $500,000. And $500,000 is an introductory that knowledge seekers could get in, and we are going through. We have a discussion that I have to finish this. We go through the same process of supporting you. We want this to be spread across the world. In Bulgaria, if your investors wants to do 2, 3, 4, we make a suggestion how foundation can become partner in expanding the technology. We are literally running out of production. We are moving into March, April back until we can increase the production to 1,000, 2,000 a month. It has this new system has touched many. I don't even disclose to people of what we are negotiating and where, because the contractual agreements, the payments, everything is start moving on. It took a few weeks for people to understand. A lot of people would like to have the system, but are looking how to do it. Try to do your basic work and then come to Keshe Foundation through where the form is, where the application form is, fill it in. Go to the Keshe Foundation, go to the shop, go to the Austrian. Our people have made it so difficult. This unit should be right on the top. You come into the Keshe Foundation, you hit it. Now it's a maze to find it. Our webmaster has to move it right on the top. You come in, the first thing you see should be the system, how to order the new system. And then just fill it in and tell them these are the monies we have. Yes, and then we support you. We support you with doctors. We train doctors to be ready for the time you receive the system. My priority at the moment is Beijing, Tehran, Arizona, Mexico now comes in line. We are talking about 10, 20 units per system. We might announce very soon 2 more locations. We still supply those who bought 1 or 2 units in United Kingdom, in Germany. We most probably announce the opening of center in Strasbourg, Salzburg, in Austria, if everything goes according to the plan. We have the same condition now with 2 or 3 other countries. We just try to negotiate, and as this comes forward, we train you, your investors, you want to invest, and the way we have priced the charges you have to do, which is very, very cheap for what it does, your capital return is in 24 months, 36 months, but at the same time, you're still making some. If you are there in it for the profit, a lot of groups want to just be there that they can help, but they understand there is an operational cost. Every way we can support you to bring this technology to be used by your nationals is there. You got to realize now that the data is coming up and the governments are looking at it, governments have the finances ready to go. The governments will finance because they cannot support huge amount for Alzheimer's, for Parkinson people for years. This brings a line to it. Finish. Next step. This technology just one second. Just 1 second, please. We are there to help you. Go to the website with your investors, or I see a lot of people are putting, we want to do, we are a small investors, we can do this, we want to buy unit. Just go on a website, sign in, and on the application form, say this is it. We look at it, it tells you, because you placed the order, it doesn't mean till you pay, it doesn't come into operation, but you can put your conditions. This is what we have. We tell you yes or no, or we see a solution around it. My priority is to expand these huge centers, big centers, at the same time support the individual groups that they can become. We can always find a way to negotiate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much. Do you want to show the video of the new video of the same system? You have it available. I think it's been posted to you on the YouTube.
It was also uploaded to the usual place.
Would you like to play it, Flint or Rick?
Yeah, I'll pull it up here.
The new one. We are updating this video as we go along. And you will see the development further and further and how it is. The patient goes for an MRI hopefully next week, and doctors can scientifically see the difference. What has happened physically on the brain? Has been any changes or no? Or what has changed? But from what we see, there has been a lot of changes, and these changes can only come from repositioning of the brain. We know, for example, that because of, if you notice in his standing, his head is turned to one side because of the twisting of or movement of the brain, and this movement has been putting pressure on the inner ear. That's why he always stands up with his eyes closed. He's dizzy. You see it in all the movies. They try to get him to close his eyes and open his eyes, and he stops when he has that position. Now that we asked them to take him to ear specialist this week, and as they took him in, and we see his head standing up to July before he joined us, because of the pressure on the inner ear with the movement of the brain, there was like infection and inflammation and water in the ear continuously, because that's a feature of it when the brain moves. Now they don't find any inflammation, no water, and no infection, which means the pressure on the brain has been taken off on the ear, inner ear, which is significant. This now we have report from the surgeons, from the doctors in China. So we have shown the brain is going back to its position. It's taken the pressure off the inner ear, we see more balance, but the dizziness is there. In next 2-3 weeks, he'll go better and upright. So we have the first doctor's report, which is in our position, that this has taken place, that the brain has moved because the pressure on the inner ear and, as I said, the inflammation, infection has gone totally. It's not reduced, it's totally gone. And that's, he joined us since we started 10 weeks ago in August, September. Now where we are, we can see there is a change. And the most important part is that when they compare the two MRIs and we see how much we developed, where we developed, and what in next 4 weeks, 5 weeks of the research left, we can do to bring totality. And this is what we were looking for, confirmation of technology. Now that we have reached an agreement and clinical trials is about to start with the new systems, then we show more in different. This case is one of the most severe cases I have seen with the Parkinson. When you look at the MRI, there are pieces of brain totally not there. I can release and you see the brain. If you've never seen the brain of a Parkinson patient, you will see it. Damage is extensive with this case. It's one of the worst cases I have seen for nearly maybe 10 years. And we still have managed to change it. The easier ones, you just see them after 3-4 weeks, they change. And when I looked at the MRI of this person, that to advise the doctors that our system can match it, they thought it's a joke. This guy will never do what he's doing. But now we see he's doing it. When you look at the MRI of this gentleman, you see like it's pieces of brain missing. And it's very interesting in the next MRI next week, what has been developed? What did we achieve? Is it ready?
Just 1 minute yet.
1 minute yet. And as I said, we see him now. We haven't updated this week yet. We see him now drawing. We see him now doing different activities. Is gradually taking a step up. And we go through the dilemma of up and down with an illness like this. The doctors are supervising it. We just provide the technology. We are not involved in medication or any of the medical application. The technology is there. We adjust the system to tune it for what is to come. Would you like to start?
Yeah, I'll play it here.
Okay, thank you very much.
Revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative future, innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANS plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural balanced energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information. This video gives an insight into the therapeutic progress of a wheelchair-bound subject diagnosed with Parkinson's and Alzheimer's. Male, age 58, since his late 40s has been suffering from the two aforementioned conditions, which over the past 2 years have progressed dramatically, leading to a substantial loss of control over his limbs. He was brought into the hospital in a wheelchair, unable to transition from it to a standing position, stand by himself, or walk unassisted. Holding a pen and writing was also beyond his physical capability. The processing of this case started in China in early September 2019 using the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The subject spent 15 to 20 minutes twice daily in this unit under the supervision of a team of qualified doctors and physiotherapists. The progress of rebalancing this condition through the use of the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is presented in this video. Knowing that every case is unique, the duration of the full rebalancing for such a condition, while steadily reducing medications, is approximately 16 weeks. Currently, a team of healthcare professionals continues with the process and upon completion will report its findings to the scientific world. Day 1. The initial assessment. The volunteer is in a wheelchair. He is unable to take any steps on his own. Day 4. Standing up. The volunteer stands up by himself after the plasma processing sessions and takes his first steps using a walking frame. Day 5. The volunteer is walking using a walking frame. He is walking unassisted, walking outside, and is confidently walking towards his car. Day 6. Walking outside. He is walking with more ease by the day. Day 12. Plasma processing. The volunteer walks faster, easily passes through doors, and even manages to sit down unaided. Writing. The volunteer is able to write for the first time after a very long period. Day 14. Standing up. The volunteer transitions from kneeling to standing. Day 15. Ongoing improvement. The volunteer is now far more agile. Day 29. He is able to do squats on his own. Day 30. Progressing. Various exercises, such as step climbing on elevated surfaces and walking backwards, are now possible. Day 30 plus, vocal exercising. The volunteer begins vocal exercises to restore his voice and speech.
Ah!
The volunteer practices motor skills and hand-eye coordination using a ball. Day 36, exercising. He practices further coordination skills. He is more proficient when step climbing on elevated surfaces. Day 40 plus, walking. The volunteer is confidently taking a walk in the park. Day 40 plus, coordination. Now he is confident to resume a normal life and go shopping with his family in the crowded market. He is improving his movement coordination. Day 40 plus, exercising. He continues to exercise in the public parks. Day 42, running. Unimaginable. 7 weeks earlier, he was in a wheelchair. Now, the volunteer runs for the first time. Day 42, running. He is running longer distances with ease. Day 45, running. He quickly progresses, getting better day by day. Now he runs in the sports arena, achieving 300 to 600 meters in different sessions in a way that doctors barely keep up. Day 59, climbing. The volunteer engages in adventure park activities and successfully climbs on a net. Day 60, cycling. He now adds cycling exercises to his routine.
Thank you very much. As you see, the progress is quite astonishing by any standard. Those of you who are a man of medicine, you know, a footballer gets injured, takes 6 to 12 weeks to get him off the ground. We're moving a man from a wheelchair to this position without more or less any physiotherapy, without any other thing. But at the same time, this week, he has come to 0 medication. Medication is over, it's finished. We will see some adjustment. We will see some ups and downs for the next couple of weeks. And then the life settles. And gradually in the next 2 years, the brain will start building up to totality. This is the beauty when such a beautiful technology gives the life of a man back to himself. We have other volunteers we can show which are going through the process. Our young boy with 47 tablets in next 10 days, 15 days is totally 0 like him. This technology has been proven for past 10, 15 years to work. It's a technology, it's not a medical system. It's the process where the body accepts. When you don't fight illness, you work within it with this collaboration, you will see the success. The body responds. What are things? You've seen his head. Even to sit and play Chinese checkers, as you see it, the most Chinese game. Having that recognition that, well, you have to move when it wasn't there. The movement at the hand, which wasn't there. He wouldn't, if you've seen some of the original videos, he would not let anything go. Now he freely plays. It is the progress step by step. In past few days, we've seen him before, he was just sitting anywhere. Now it shows he's a man of a lot of what we call integrity in his normal life, a lot of ethos, a lot of conditions. As one of the management of the China Oil Company, he must have been a very fine man. Now to him is important, we have videos when he goes into the sitting room, he puts the pillows in order. Before it didn't matter anymore. When now you've seen him before, if he uses a tissue, now he has to put it in the bin. Before he wouldn't let his tissue go anywhere. These are the slow progresses we see, but is building the brain to recognize to do these things. I said very recently, when I give a life man back to him like him, and he gets his integrity back, his dignity back, he lives the life. Doesn't matter how long that life is going to be, everything we went through was worth it. The exiles, the attempted murders, all the slanders we stood by Red Circle was worth to save the life of a man in China I never met. This is part of our ethos. We are here to serve. I live by my ethos. And those who abuse it and then blame it is those who came to abuse the ethos under cover. As we say, you know, the Arab Saudis, they cover a man under the mask and they take him everywhere. There is no mask. It's what it is, what you see. This is what we stand for. If one of you can save another life, one life, no more, be it the child, be it the man, be it the dog, be it whatever, it was worth you being a knowledge seeker. It's not going to look for it. When the time comes, you can serve to change your life the good way. When past few weeks I see this video, I see sometimes 5 or 10 videos from him a day. We are fully in control of all the research which is going on in every aspect, everywhere around the world, which is connected to us. And I see the man changing, the man finding his respect, Now he can do a lot of things himself he couldn't do. He was in a wheelchair, as you see the first picture. All the torment, all the pressure we received, all the loss of lives we stood, was worth to save another life. Soon you will see him, will stand there and thank you, knowledge seekers, for bringing knowledge to China. We collectively have given life back to man by keeping the technology in public domain. And as I said, you have to understand what we were told yesterday. We knew before, I knew from the securities, but yesterday the management of the hotel told our team that you are the only outsiders in this hotel, apart from the government, because we are a government. They recognize this is the first time admitting that the Keshe Foundation is allowed to stay with world leaders. We came here totally by coincidence. When the world leaders are above you, there is a conference with all 5 of the BRICS in this building, and there is nobody in this that won't allow anyone outsider. Me, Caroline, our son, and the Keshe Foundation team, the head of Keshe Foundation, Ella, is with us, and they allow us to stay. They wanted us to leave when the conference starts. They got the clearance that they can stay. This shows we've been recognized by the world leaders. Because every agency had to clear you. The Chinese, the Russians, the Brazil, the India, the South Africa. The BRICS leaders are in. Today's the final day. They allow the Keshe Foundation team to stay in the hotel with them. And we meet with them in this hotel. We sit across table and negotiate. Now you understand how we have moved. We are recognized as a peaceful, scientific organization, which now for the first time can stay and be on the fringes of the conference till in the future become part of these organizations. This is the first step into recognition of the foundation as part of the family of the scientific world. It'll be very hard for the Belgians to swallow. They did everything to take this technology and enslave the world. Now the world see, and Belgium will be a slave to it. When you see this video, when many of you have tested on yourself, on your children, very small things to relieve their pains, you see the technology learning was worth it. We do our best to support anyone who wants to, or groups who want to develop this technology, who want to purchase part of this technology. We want to go further. What we can do, we support. We are achieving our aims much, much faster and earlier than we thought before. Now, it's just because of you as knowledge seekers. And what I see, as I said to in the conference in Brasilia on Saturday, Sunday, the foundation belongs to you, and you who will take it. Many of you, out of respect and being fresh, didn't realize or don't realize, some people try to take it to ransom to prove their ego. There is no structure of who is going to be the leader, even on my passing. You have Ella to head the foundation, very capable, competent woman. You have one of the most competent women in Jamila, who knows on the commercial side. You have another lady, Wang Lin, in China, who can support and develop the technology. And the rest of you men, don't worry, let the women be there. They do it much easier than we do. We can develop it as humans. Don't look at the male or female. Many youngsters will join us to develop it further. We got to be proud in what we're achieving, not to be proud who achieves it. And then we have broken the barriers. Now we go into dimension of understanding how to free our physicality with the new systems. Maybe it's our job to do it, to allow mankind to find its freedom. As I said, we teach little by little that people don't get excited and don't be afraid by it. When we sat in past few days with the people of the power in any shape or form, they said we didn't know so much about this. We wanted, can we know, do we do it? What is the next? We set people to understand. And the beauty of it is, I just can arrange it. Your people will come and teach you. I'll put more or less all the Keshe Foundation Brazil people who are anywhere in touch, in working with us inside with what is established with the governments and officials will set up, because they see the beauty of it. The same thing goes now. Hopefully our team in Arizona who can establish the situation in Arizona with the space research will do the same. You Keshe Foundation supporters of Iranian and non-Iranians, Americans or whatever in Arizona, you got together to show the scientists of Keshe Foundation can do better than NASA does. And then let them come to us, let them prepare themselves for the next step. We have to lead because we carry the advanced technology and the knowledge. John in Arizona will take you right there you should be. We stop to those. John is like me, we have no attachment. Do our best for changing the position and being the tool in the process of the mankind's peace. The same with everybody else who sits around the Keshe Foundation, what we call team. And this is important to all of us to be in that position. I taught maybe for half an hour today. If you understood the two drawings on the table, stop talking about the Ganses. Stop speaking from now on about the energy, transfer of energy, and what you want to do with that energy. You want to use it for the passage into universe, or you want to use it, if you understand it, for production of energy, to run a machine, to find a food. Not bad to be served a coffee after 3 hours. Thank you very much. So what I would like to do is try in bits and bits, we'll start teaching you like today to understand where the difference is coming in. I'll try to go into the cellular and what I call field circulation in the physical body of the man. And how you can change this physical in different dimensions with the soul of the man. We try to not to go too fast. The way it took us a year to do the soul, more or less, now will take us longer to understand the operation of the transformation from a physical to non-dimensional. The systems are there, the process is getting developed completely, that it gives the man the choice. And for the first time, we create that condition, that man has that choice. End of physicality does not need to come by the death of physicality. And it's the first time man has given that choice through knowledge and technology. In the present time, you call it unitism. You go and you give your life, you sign, and they give you an injection or something and you die. You don't need that. That option is obsolete now. What happened with all the beauty and the love we gathered in the presence of the life of the physicality? Does it need to stay behind? And do we have to wait? As a friend of ours in Italy told me yesterday, I'm just pedaling till the time comes that I die. And I thought, what a shame. A doctor, a scientist, a businessman, now early ages of 60, what he tells you is the shame for humanity. Now I have just to pedal till the time comes. Now I have to work to serve that time never comes till I choose. In time of not death, but separation and elevation. With this machine, we give mankind a choice. But you have to understand the principle behind it. Now you understood, as Peter did, if you do with a lower strength, you get your material. Now that when you open on a higher strength through the same system. Have you seen when a child is born from a beautiful mother and a beautiful father, a handsome man, how beautiful it comes? And we say in the language they come from a good blood or a special. This machine allows the soul of the man to be born in that way to the universal community with all this beauty. Now, man has that choice. The point of end does not come by leaving the physicality. The elevation of the soul doesn't come by committing suicide. But it comes to understand that you are fully in charge. You chose the time of transition. You choose the point of transition. And the beauty of it is, if you understand it, you can come back if you decide to live in that dimension of physicality. But it cannot be a point of escape. It has to be the point of elevation of the soul of the man. It's not playing hide and seek. It's understanding that it's a point of one man standing and understanding, now I come a better man, a better being to serve the universe. There is no money, there is no banks, there is no men and women to enjoy, there is no alcohol, there is no drugs. It's a point of understanding, this is my station, this is my point. And all of you can achieve it. But the secret of the technology will not be released as mankind in totality is not ready for it. But we make the path for it to go. If you remember, when I came here last week, we released a picture with the light above us. We will leave with the same light. Don't believe present. The knowledge, even in this today's teaching, the guy said nothing new. If you understood, a lot has been taught today. If you can follow it, you understand, to be prepared for the next step. But the unfortunate thing is, when you travel with the soul of the man, you cannot take any souvenirs with you, except the memory of life on this planet. Which is ingrained in the soul of the man. Any other question?
Well, I think you answered the questions that Mark had in the Q&A. He asked, does the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit put people to sleep, or is one fully conscious, and or does one even know? And then he goes on to say, does one have to decide then and there to join the community?
Your soul will know. It's not like university, if I'm gonna fail the exam or pass the exam, would I do, would I not? This is not escape route and is not another holiday excursion I'll go and see. As I said, it'll make a lot of men think. And will make them wise to way of living. Doesn't matter in dimension of physicality or the dimension of the soul of the man.
Okay, we did have a couple of people with hands up. I know Pia, you had your hand up earlier. Would you like to speak?
Hello, yes, it's Pia from Denmark. I actually had the same question like Mark, something like that, what people could expect, for example, people who have no experience with the knowledge, don't know anything about it, and choose to go to this unit because of health issues. And is a way, how do you see it, will they be prepared, like paper writing, or what they can expect to experience in regard to the soul and everything?
There are two ways to look at it. You go in for physical repair through what you think, or you go for a physical processing through the elevation of the soul. As we said, it's the soul which makes the physicality. The process of the transition to be part of is something you set yourself for. The system only responds. And in that process, you can develop many, many angles into the whole structure. It's not I go in, I don't know what happened, I come back without a cancer, or I go to another, get the elevation of my soul. It doesn't work that way. You will understand. People will understand. Thou shalt not steal. The system is not there to steal life. Thou shalt give. It is there to give peace of mind, peace of soul. So this doesn't exist. I saw in one of the communications, somebody in Denmark sending us a message that I'm selling my house to buy a unit. Go back through the same channel. We respond to you and see how Foundation can help. Many people are sending us these. We are putting everything in that to serve humanity. People in that level already have reached the elevation of their soul. They put physical dimensions beyond and move into a dimension that they can serve the others for them to elevate. It does not matter about their physical condition. This is how Keshe Foundation is set up.
So can I understand it like it's like a natural, of course, natural process, and then in the soul, if it's ready, then it will be ready, and if it's not ready yet to go deeper in soul, it will happen during the time.
I put it to you this way. Just because you go to the airport for an ice cream doesn't mean you're going to take the flight, does it?
Oh, that's right.
So you have to be prepared for that.
Yeah.
And it's not an escape route. This is not an escape route. When you decide to take that trip, the soul of your loved ones all have to understand, agree with it.
But as I understand you, it's like they can come back and they can travel if they're ready. So they can come back to the physicality.
Can you repeat, please? We lost you, or I lost you.
Oh, yeah, so I understand you like this, that they can, if you're ready, you can go and know how to travel, and you can come back in physicality here on planet Earth.
I just
So you
lost
can
you.
choose.
Can you repeat it? I just lost
Yes.
you.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. We had to drop on both channels in one go.
Okay. I just want to ask, as I understood you, when you, and if you will be ready for this opening to the soul and traveling, then you will be able to go back and decide yourself to be physicality on Earth.
It's the option you have. There is a way to do it, and that option is open. I mentioned this in one of the teachings about a year ago. If you go to it, you'll find out. I'm not telling you something new. It's already, but that time you couldn't understand. Maybe now you can understand. The point is, when you enter these environments, it's not a be me a Scotty up job, as I said. You have to be clear in a position you create for your soul. It says, "Thou shalt not steal." You cannot serve from the soul of the physicality if the physicality is still attached to here. You become another thief by the soul, and soul will not do that. Many people will come to understand this. This is not an escape route. This is not going for a sightseeing of trying to escape the time. It is for elevation of the soul of the man, understanding of the more. You can use this system to educate yourself to the totality of the knowledge of the soul, because when you have that elevation, you stand outside the physicality and you look at the physicality a different way than when you're inside it. A house looks different from inside and outside. When you're inside, you don't see the house standing crooked. When you go outside, you see it. And how you can jack it up and how you can support it to stand up straight. These are part of what it comes. There'll be a lot of questions. How would you do it? How you will see the first processes. The system is so powerful and so amazing once it's set in the mindset of the man that is there to elevate his soul. And then it's the soul which, what we call, processes the weaknesses in the physicality. But how those weaknesses came, because of the whatever you call in the physical dimension, and if the soul agrees that with that position, because he will not change the other soul, would it confirm to elevate the other soul that both souls can live? Let me explain to you what it means. If a father is not happy with a son and he decides to go into the system, but he's got a prostate cancer, in elevating his soul, in trying to process the cancer, it'll be half job done. Would he in that position be able to elevate his soul that he can see the position is taken in respect to the son, or elevate his son to see his position that we bring peace between father and son through the soul that the physicality takes, then your system works. Then it's applicable. It's not I just go in there and that's it, I got rid of the prostate. It will not happen. It'll become another chemotherapy waiting for it to come up in the worst condition. This is what most of it, this nation of man will become a peaceful nation through this process of understanding. You cannot steal and go in there and, let's say, elevate your soul and leave your children in the suffering of the souls of loss of a father or whatever. This is not escape route. This is balancing everything that will bring peace to the soul of the man and the souls which are connected to it.
This is very nice to hear. Thank you very much.
It is not the hearing, you shall see very soon.
Yeah, that's right.
Any other question? Or shall we call it a day?
This is John from Argentina. I would
Hi,
thank
John.
you very much.
Have you got home safe?
Yes, very well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was nice seeing you.
Thank you very much for having received me with open arms and all the technology there. And I wish to be able to put up a group here to be able to have this technology present here in Argentina.
We shall see. It depends on the knowledge seekers of the Keshe Foundation in Argentina. John took a nearly 30-40 hour bus trip to come from Argentina to the conference. He arrived a bit the way that he couldn't get in touch with anyone, and he was in the bus stop for nearly 12 hours trying to find which way to go, because our people were not, what do you call it, some positions could not get to him. And we enjoyed his presence, and in so many ways, thank you for being there. It brings a new light and new love and insight to the foundation. It was a long trip back and forth, but I hope it was worth it.
Well worth it, and thank you very much again.
You're welcome. Any other question?
Good day, Mr. Keshe.
Good day, hi Jamal. I want to tell you something as part of the history of the Keshe Foundation. When I went to China in 2007, there was same sort of things around us. I saw a man walking outside a hotel, and those days wasn't as easy as now. And he said to the people we were with, I've been told Mr. Keshe is in China. I've traveled 3 days to see him. Can I just say hello? I went out, we went out for a, what do you call, a lunch together with a couple of other Keshe Foundation supporters in China. And we were together for a few hours and they went back. And he said something very interesting. He says, can I take a picture? I said, yes, but those days we didn't have the things we have today. We had to go and find a shop which could take a photograph. So 2 of us got into a box and the third guy getting into a box that he had a picture. He traveled 3 days to carry. And it taught me a very humbling lesson. The knowledge reaches and there knows no border and no language. And people travel the length of this planet to be there. Thank you very much for all of you supporting you. I cannot drop out. I'm everywhere. Have I dropped out? I haven't dropped out anywhere. I'm everywhere. I'm in line of communication.
Dropped just briefly there in the last sentence, a couple of words, but I think we got the point across.
Okay. Can we, Jalal wants to ask a question.
As always. Good day, Mr. Cash.
The Jalal.
Mr. Cash, I think you just explained it. What is the difference between giving and emitting?
What is the difference? What?
Between giving and emitting.
How? What is the difference between? What is the difference between gravity and magnetical? It's the same. It's in so many ways. When you go emit or you give, emission comes. I have to do one to the other. Emission comes from the light of the man. Giving comes from the physicality of the man. Can you hear me?
Jalal, I muted your mic because there's echo happening here. So you have to re-open
I have
your
a
mic.
problem in hearing you. I don't hear anything.
I'll try to unmute Jalal.
It's okay. I hear Mr. Cash, but it was cut out. That's. I understand what Mr. Cash said, but
yes,
is it conditioned? Which one is more
I
conditioned?
think giving is more conditioned because you decide. You made like a sun. You already done. You already released in all dimensions. And giving is man has a hand. He has to.
Can I work with both of them at the same time?
You already do. Do you stop loving your children? Or do you sometimes touch your children and you say, I love you?
Can I channel this giving?
Of course you can.
Okay.
Oh, you're going to in another way. I understand.
Yes, yes.
As you understand, members of Universal Council work on both ways. They give continuously, but they can channel it to people in the way they want.
I understand. Careful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shall we call it a day?
Good morning, Mr. Cash.
Oh, there is Azar. Good morning, Azar John. How are you?
I'm good, Mr. Cash. How about yourself? Mr.
Not
Cash?
too bad. Have you got your wings back yet?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
Not yet.
I think Hassan will be very happy with that.
I know. I'm very happy with that. Because he's always he's very sedentary. He stays home and I fly a lot, so now he's happy that I'm here. I have a question. You know, when we die, at the point of death, our five senses kind of disappears, and then
no, it doesn't. It doesn't. Not with your soul. Body of the man is the replication of the soul. Soul have more senses. Just fits this environment. Let's say five of them.
The five senses. I mean, the soul understand, but the physicality loses the senses. But the question is, at the time of departure, there is 11 gates in a body that the soul can leave. Depending on which gate it can leave, it's depending on where it ends up. So, if my soul decides to leave without their death, where is the gate that the soul can come out? Which gate?
Can you repeat that?
Okay, there is at the time of death there is 11 gates because we have the mouth, the ears, the eye, the two nostrils, the sagittal sutura, the navel and then the two point of on the anal and the genital. So that's the departure of the death that happens. The soul can go from any of these gates.
No, no way.
So
Who says so?
because I read someplace this is what happens at the time of death, but I want to know if my soul.
Who wrote it? Did the God write or did you write?
No, I read it someplace.
You read God is got 2 horns and 20 legs. Do you believe it?
No.
I can write anything you like. But you got to understand, now that you understand the soul of the man is free, does not need the door to get through. And secondly, if you listen to the past teaching, soul already has access to get out without these holes.
Because you know what I realize at night, the soul, I sometimes I feel the soul comes out and expands, and then at that moment of expansion, something wonderful happens. I mean, you don't. I mean, you're not the physicality. You don't have those senses, but you have better senses. But I want to know how does it come out at night, and how can you do it during the day?
We do it all the time. It's not just time bound. The soul of the man is not confined to the physicality of the man by the light of the day. The soul of the man is free. It chooses to use the physicality for its presence on this planet. It's a very strange way. Let me explain to you something. As I was talking to, and I always say, the what we call the astronaut uniforms and this body armors or whatever they wear, we used to wear to go in the bottom of the sea. If you remember the very first one, it was so heavy they couldn't walk, and now we have the slim swing bears and you can go in deeper positions. And the American way of wearing clothes and going to space is over. That was their way because they couldn't understand. Doesn't mean the way it's going to be the rest of mankind. We have progressed, we have developed in the knowledge and science. So in that process, if you understand, do we need the shackle of the physicality for the dressing up of the soul of the man? Be it at time of departure or be it at the time of choice.
Okay, Mr. Keshe, another question I have is desire. As long as I still have desire, it means I have attachment.
No.
But if I have a desire to do something, it means I have attachment to it, don't I?
But you still have a desire when you're in the state of the soul.
But you know, when we get attachment to physicality, we have. So what's the difference between attachment to physicality and desire? Because say I have a desire to have a pair of shoes, say.
That's normal with the women. How many of them do you have? How many hundreds are hidden in the cupboard?
No,
Yeah.
I'm talking attachment to physicality.
You see, I spoke the truth. They made you laugh, so I'm correct.
What color shoes does your soul wear? Your soul of your soul, even.
We carry a brand on it. Nike pair of shoes, soul wear. Or do we use the sole of the shoe itself to become the soul itself?
Because that was old me. I have shoes, but that was old me. I'm not attached to shoes anymore.
Yeah, you mean you passed, what was her name? Marcus? Wife? She had how many pairs of shoes when she left? Carry on. Yeah, I mean, you haven't beaten her up yet. You're still behind her.
So when you desire something, because then I decided I shouldn't have any desire. Then I don't have a desire. Then I feel I'm dead. So I was confused then. So desire doesn't mean that.
A man who has no desire, in a way, is a dead man. attachment comes in possession.
Mr. Cash, you were cut off. Can you repeat that again, please?
I am losing. I have dropped. No dropped. I'm back again. It's good.
Mr. Cash, you need to repeat, please.
I think you have to repeat yourself again, Azar.
You know, when if I want to lose the attachment, it doesn't mean I shouldn't have any desire. So desire, for example, I want to teach plasma technology. That's a desire, but it doesn't mean I'm attached to it. Or I want to go I want to just work in this place. It doesn't mean I'm attached to it. I want to walk, or I'm just going to wear a pair of shoes, or I'm going to wear a watch or anything. Because as
Go
long
back to the shoes again.
as long as I don't have attachment to it, it's okay to have the desire, because I was trying to have.
You see, there is other ways of explaining the desire and attachment. We don't live by desire to be attached to something. This is one of the beauties of being able to understand the new dimension. Mankind has always, as you said, have changed, or we just spoke having 5 senses, but mankind has to understand now the next step, that this emotion is part of the interaction with the soul of the man. It's not just dimension of physicality. Because that is where there is a common ground, that physicality interacts with the soul of the man. Physicality doesn't care about how you shake your arm or whatever. But when the emotion is created, but we have what we call addiction, constant desire or emotion, which is to stay alive, to live. That desire or emotion to breathe stays with us, and we sleep and it's still there, we wake up, it's still there. That's a base emotion, we call it. Then you understand emotion is another senses. We always separated it. I'm happy, or it made me happy. What made you happy? How come you smell and a smell makes you happy? So what we should understand is slowly that emotion is part of the interaction of the dimension of the soul of the man in the dimension of physicality with the soul of the man itself. So emotion is part of the two, otherwise we would have had no connection. And is in deeper layers, which means closer to the soul of the structure of the brain of the man. Our emotion is in the middle to somewhere in the back end top of the structure of the physical brain. It's very close to the soul. So now we understand emotion is part of the interaction and understanding of the soul. The soul gets happy, the soul enjoys, the soul laughs, the soul falls in love. When you fall in love in the dimension of physicality, is as long as you're on this planet. When you fall in love in the dimension of the soul, it crosses the span of the universe. Man has got a lot to learn.
Mr. Cash, because you know what has happened is this, because
no, let me finish.
Okay.
But does it mean that because you are in love with another soul in the dimension of universe, attaches you to that universe, to existence of the confirmation? When we go through this process, mankind will understand very soon. I wrote, hello old friend, we meet again. Because The soul we carry in a dimension of universe, in the universal level, comes with us. Marriage of the souls, love of souls, does not come in a dimension of physicality of a church and a physical wedding. This is what mankind will understand. We travelers of the universe, we carry the love souls with us because we have been in love in a dimension of the soul in another existence. It's us who decides to place this soul in a physicality of the man or a woman or a dog or anything to be able to have, and that soul has to agree to be present. When we travel, the travel of universe, love of man in the dimension of physicality is not the first love we know. The souls carry the loved ones with them. Mankind will soon understand. Then, if that soul is prepared to accept the dimension of physicality, to be coexisting with you at the time of your presence in that physical dimension. It's like when you invite your guests from another country to come and stay with you for a few days. Would you accept to stay in your house? Or you meet them whenever you like and put them in a hotel? Or you bring them home and they live with you? This is what reality will come for man to understand. We don't come with love of man on this planet. We travel this span of universe, and we have many times traveled this span of universe. As the soul of the man now will start doing. And then, if you have the soul which you fell in love with on this planet, and in your planet Zeus, that's the soul of which you have. But you, the soul doesn't want to come, to stay behind for its own term and condition, and you on the planet Zeus. It's a very strange experience for those of you who will go through it. As I said, hello friend, I've been waiting for you a long time.
Mr. Cash, because, I did a little experiment because, you see, for me, it was easy before to say, I can die tomorrow is no problem. If somebody talked about death and they felt sad, and I said, why are you afraid of dying? It's okay. If you die, it's okay. But what I did the experiment. I said to myself, I'm going to die, say, by Tuesday at this time. Or whatever time I said.
Did it happen?
No, I mean, let me finish, Mr. Cash. What happened, I put myself in that position. I'm going to die at that time, I'm going to live. And then when I started to get close to it, as we got close to it, and it was really for sure I'm going to die. So I started to weep and cry, knowing that I'm not going to see my brother or my daughter or my husband and my family. And it was so bad. I was crying like I couldn't believe, like the layers was why, and I was thinking about why am I so afraid now? And the emotion of that I went through, it was totally different from what my thought was. And so it was eye-opening for me to see myself on a deathbed and what I'm feeling, what emotion was coming out. It was a whole new journey for me. Just for 2 days I was crying without any control over the crying. And then, I realized something else about myself. It was like, then I could see my soul, that my soul was so different from who I was. It was very gentle and it was, I don't know how to explain it. I could feel it when I got to the death part. It was totally different from what a character I created for myself, which was astonishing.
I know many people have tried this, you're not the only one. And interesting is 2 points. Was that decision on the physical level or was it on the soul level? Did you decide for the soul, or you decided to close the book of the physicality? Many of us come to that point, but it's a road. Sometimes that is like we say, you run out of energy, all the energy is transferred from the tank in the fuel to physical motion, and now there is no more fuel left because the friction, the gravity holds on the car, you cannot go any further. Now that friction, that gravity is an attachment to the physicality of this life. And many of us are not prepared for that, even though we think. This is, when you go through cancer, especially people, even like the guy we see in the wheelchair, we understand it because I've explained this before. When they tell you you've got a cancer, and to us cancer is no point of return, people start analyzing their behavior, what they've done, what was wrong with them. And then they go in different paths of blaming or trying to make up and patch up that they live in peace. But that letter, that word, cancer, to mankind means end of physicality. Why do we need to have a cancer to have an end of physicality to think about what we've done? Than us knowing we do no wrong, we put everything correct, and then we let the soul to decide. Sorry about this. We have, as I told you, military helicopters all over us when they come in with the world leaders here. And in this process, we have to decide. We have to be in the position and in a direction of understanding. We have to mature that we are not attached. Why do we cry? I've said many times, I'm ashamed to be in the body of the man because it's nothing but suffering. But I still live the man's life because we come here to learn. Till we don't understand, till we don't experience, we do not know how to solve this problem. The problem with mankind and this planet, we had to come to experience it. Live the life from little to an adult, to be able to understand the problems with how man has entangled himself in everything which he can make to attach himself more to this planet. Then that's why you cry, because you want to push the physicality to the point where the soul doesn't agree, and it comes with the interaction of the emotion. Sorry, we gotta wait till this, the conference of the world leaders has started, so they're hovering over the building. This is the way it is. This is what we have to decide. This is, you cry because you're still attached, you don't want to go, but the emotion would allow it, if the emotion allows. It's what we see counts, not what we like to do. What our soul says, you cannot steal from your soul because it still has emotion to the direction of physicality. I many times had to go through the process to understand, to be detached, to be able to let go at any moment. For me, living this physicality is what I call end of my cycle of experience, which adds to the universal knowledge. We are part of the universal community, that what we did not understand, we understand that in the next such a case, we do not go upside down with it as we done with humanity. Sorry about this. We got to wait. There's nothing we can do. The meeting of the world leaders in the building most probably hasn't started, so they get their protection. Why can't we protect them with our souls, that there is no need for these things? I wish we could all give from our soul to the world leaders, not many meters from us, in that the right decision is made, that they free man from narrow-minded color of the green paperback, allows the mankind to move in the dimension of the peace. This, what we call universal, what we call the World Leaders Meeting of BRICS, is a very crucial one. This is a turning point meeting, and that's why we are present, is that we have seen the end of the wars, and the new financial world orders will come to emerge. The world leaders are meters away from us. And as you can see, you can hear the meeting has started, and the military helicopters are less than 10, 20 meters away from us. In this process, will they bring the man to the point that 5% of the world population with terror will not force the greenback to be what we do, and the world leaders who are peaceful leaders will bring peace to humanity? We are here to support the souls. You got to understand, United States with 5% of population has brought so much damage to humanity that the world leaders of 5 most powerful nations by population and finance cannot solve it. And this time we'll achieve that, because we are here to support it. We are here as totality. There is a reason we are here in this building. We're sitting amongst them, and they take from our soul, and the Keshe Foundation support is worldwide. You're connected to us. We transmit this through. This process will go. We're on the top floors of the building, more or less at the levels of the presidential suites, and the meetings are here, and they're hovering. But can we protect them with our soul? Can we raise their souls that they come with a solution for world peace financial, not military, which America pushed for years? In a way, it's a celebration of the freedom. If you've seen their pictures, what they took together, it's hand in hand, very happy world leaders, if you've seen the pictures. And when you see the NATO or G20 meets, very, what you call grim, standing there, it has to be taken a picture. When you see BRIC members, if you can go on the internet and find the pictures they released, it's a joy, it's happiness, it's elevation of the man, the freedom of the man. 5% world finance, America has tortured the whole of 95%. And the meeting this time will bring an end to it. They're all military helicopters above us, and the Keshe Foundation team is under this position. We cannot move. The Keshe Foundation team, the world and their national security is to clear us to be here. It gives us a point of recognition as we meet with them. The Keshe Foundation has broken through what Belgium tried for a long time to stop. They saw the same game was played. The beauty of it is, these world leaders here, they need our soul. They need the elevation of the humanity, not just us, for them to bring a new dimension in. The most powerful, peaceful men on this planet are within this building. President Xi of China, His Excellency President Putin, the South African president, the Indian president. They're all here, the Brazilian president, because they're happy to bring the change for all of us. And was
Sorry, couldn't hear the last part there, Mr. Kesh.
I said, as agreed, building is true. It is recognition that we are peaceful, we are safe, and we are not what the others try to make us up to be. And I know they're listening, they're aware of everything which we are doing because we are part of them. In the thing, we would like to thank the world leaders for accepting to have us as a guest in the building with them. We see them in the buildings, they walk around, world leaders and the ministers, and they are humble officers serving the humanity. Any other questions, or shall we call it a day? This noise of the helicopter will carry on all day as the conference is going on and the world leaders are in the building.
Well, there are more questions, Mr. Kesh, but you've kind of gone double, triple overtime today, so I'm not sure if you want to continue.
No problem. I think we're gonna get, yeah, it's okay, but we are getting more of the military aircrafts, what they call the helicopters above us. And the noise will pick up more and more. And I think we'll better call it a day and we carry on next week because they will not stop. And it comes to interfere with us. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you very much for trying to share your skills and knowledge with us. And please do not forget the request from international security forces and the police. Set up a website for Red Circle and start putting the name of the children on it, victims of his name, and as has been done by the others, his home address and everything else, and the other police officers who are part of the same organization. It just has to be done, and we have to protect our children and the next generation. I have promised the securities we will take this banner up to release the name of his victims. Every child missing is and goes through one of the most powerful men in the child trafficking Red Circle. We got one of his allies. Now, through him, we might find all the children missing. And it's our responsibility, the way we put Sterling away, we have to put this man away. Look, set up the same structure if you can, and add all the names of his victims, child by child. We think he likes black skin as he was brought up in Africa. Many children come that way. But that's the decision until it comes. We are not making any accusation. This is what it is, and as we always said, we deliver with it. Maybe it's time for now him to come up with how many abuses has taken place, how he set up the structure to support people which we saw coming up with him. As you notice, when we put the Sterling away, suddenly we saw, as I said before. But let us rejoice. We help many children not to suffer anymore, and put the man who was behind a lot of it away for good, and support the soul of the world leaders who are here to change humanity. We support world leaders in their action to shackle man out of the problems. Yes.
I think you mentioned something about there's another announcement also from the security that you were going to do at the end of the workshop today. Is that still something that's
yes?
outstanding?
As I said, we try to explain it. We have to bring the child trafficking to the end, and the center of it, as world governments agree, sits in Antwerp, and this man sits on top of the port and responsible for many children. And all those who are with him around his Facebook and the rest, these are all of the same group. We want the name of the victims to be put out one by one. There's tens of thousands of them. We need put his name and his victims and address to all the parents where to go to. We tried to do this in a different way, but now the securities are confident enough that he can. We need him to squeak to, like Alan Stenning, to give the list. He is one of the most proliferate pedophiles in the world. He's the boss, he's a godfather of child trafficking. And this is from security report. Now you understand why he went crazy when we put Sterling away, because he lost his main man. The key man in the structure of the trafficking was gone, and that man has given a lot of names to national securities who and where. Now we need him to tell us where he's hidden the children and how they do this structure. The Godfather Red Circle sits there, and we are asked to ask the Keshe Foundation team, people around the world, to start looking for missing children and put the names as his victims and give the address where the parents can go and get him. We have to do this to clear this mess up. We cleared the boss in one way, now we have to clear the trafficker in the other way. Thank you very much. It's our job, and I would like to thank, as they're listening in the background, the world governments, securities who allowed us to stay with them in these past 3-4 days. And it was unexpected. We were not expected to stay in Brazil. We were supposed to leave on Tuesday, and we were told if we can extend our stay a little bit. And now we are in it, and they allowed us to stay without moving from the hotel with the world leaders here. And I hope our soul reaches the world leader's soul, and we meet on the ground of peace. And as I said in the meeting to the people of the, what we call BRIC, it is knowledge in exchange for peace. We don't ask for any, no conditions put, except we exchange technology and knowledge for world peace, and to be respected by the world governments, to be obeyed that way. Thank you very much for today, and hopefully next week, I'm sure I know where I am next week, and it'll be a very interesting teaching next week, I hope. Much.
All right, very good. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Hello, are you still there? Sorry.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. You were breaking up in your last sentence.
You can hear me now?
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm not hearing you now.
We see you next week in the teachings of what we call the 303, and we hopefully find new solutions and teaching a little bit more, little by little. If you go very fast with the teaching of the universal condition, you all get lost in the maze of the knowledge. So we understood today that mankind has 2 ways now to choose, and it is his choice to elevate his soul to a new dimension, or in the material direction to create the masses and stay with that. Thank you very much for today, and we'll meet you next week.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Keshe, and thank you for addressing that question and making that distinction today. Okay, thank you everyone for joining us today for the 302nd Knowledge Seekers Workshop, Knowledge of the Universe, of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department, part of the Public Teachings in English. for Thursday, November 14th, 2019. And we'll see you next week, as Mr. Keshe has set out. Okay, thank you, Flint, for being there today, and take us out with the video.
Hello. We are the Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all the beings in the universe. By teaching the plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. Your donation helps us in achieving this goal. Donate to keshefoundation.org/donate.